Yeah, I'm here. So, I woke up like not even an hour ago, and I just want to bring up the things on my phone. It's the stream. Yippee! Great, now it's on my phone. What? Yes, I know I'm live. Thank you, YouTube, for telling me. So, yeah, I want to show you some things because a new trailer literally dropped last night. Yeah, so this got uploaded 2 a.m. like this morning. Literally, what, 4 hours ago? This is literally 2 hours after I uploaded my video, like, just, last night. I literally uploaded that at midnight, and it's just, I actually already seen this. I want to do a stream. I don't know why I decided to stream this. I probably shouldn't have streamed it. Hello, Aaron's World of Complete Freed 7054. But, this probably should have been a video, but I don't know. I just kind of wanted to show some things on stream. I wanted to be like, I feel like streaming's just more casual, and I feel like it would just felt kind of felt right for like the kind of vibe to stream today. But I just kind of wanted to like, I mean, I might as well get this out of the way. I'll show a little bit later, again. But yeah, Leon Riskin posted this. The cursed day the flower bloomed, your path will shine, your fate assumed. Above the clouds the truth will stay, through snow and haze it finds its way. Now, there might be something hidden. This might be quoting from somewhere. I don't know if anyone's found anything yet. Yeah. I don't think anyone's found what the source of this quote is. It looks like it's a quote, 'cause it's in quotation marks. But that's not what the exciting part is, though. The exciting part is a trailer 2, baby! Trailer 2. So, it's just an environmental shot. So I'll just quickly put this in the stream. But, yeah, I see, like, traffic cones and... There's a waterfall down there. I hope I'm not covering too much. Okay. Right. Yeah, it's just an environmental shot. It's nothing too crazy. But and the poem shows no results are being searched. That's weird. Now, the important part here is actually not the visuals, it's the audio. So, if you didn't know, if this doesn't ring a bell to you, because I'd actually had a friend, like, DM me, or did I DM them? I think I DM'd them, they responded back. And they kind of asked, like, what this trail, like, was it Five, do I still think it's Five Freddy's or not from the trailer 2? And, like, dude. That's Caught in a Loop. That's a remix of Caught in a Loop. This is literally Five Nights at Freddy's OST in this video. It's Caught in a Loop. So, if you guys don't know, that's like the Princess Quest theme for like the gameplay. So this is literally, you don't get much more direct than that. I'm pretty sure the previous one didn't have anything directly Five Nights at Freddy's aside from stock assets, so it was kinda, yeah, maybe not. I mean, that's just Five Nights at Freddy's soundtrack. That's as direct as you can get. Now, I'm pretty sure other people called out seeing other things in this, like it being like Gator Golf, like assist location elevator or something like that. But my blind ass can't see shit. I just see a bunch of shit everywhere. I bet there probably is some crazy things here. If you had eyeballs that worked and weren't just, I don't know. I have the field of vision of my Freddy's security badge. This thing doesn't even have a... Toy Freddy has eyes, but the badge itself does not. So I might as well be blind, because I'm not seeing shit. But I'm hearing shit. And I'm hearing some Five Nights at Freddy's soundtrack. That's Caught in a Loop. I was fucking right. I mean, I was wrong, that's the entire point of the last video. But, it feels really good, like, because my last video that I just did, hang on, I should be reading comments a little bit more. No, I'm gonna finish my yap, then I'll read comments. So that when people come to the stream later on, they don't have to wait too long to get the stuff. But in my last video that I just uploaded last night, that's been banging, by the way. I should show this. 4.5k views. It only got uploaded like 7 hours ago. That is a... Wow, that is insane. 239 likes. I spent like a good, like at least 20 minutes, I think, responding to all the comments in this video. or at least reading them all. And it's so insane. There's a fucking another one already. Why are you people, you supporting, like, there's 2 more! Anyway, yeah, so I kind of made that video kind of thinking a little bit nervous about making it a little bit, because my entire video, like, hanged on the idea that that one image in the header was, you know, was the Secret Mimic Terminal. And by odd chance, if that was a coincidence, I couldn't see it being a coincidence. But it would have looked really bad if it, like, was a coincidence. Where there's this freaking account. Here it is. This one. It would have looked really bad if it was, though, right? Because then it would have made this, like, 45-minute video going, guys, trust me, it was FNAF. Imagine if this had dropped and it was just something completely else. But this dropped like 2 hours later, and it just played Five Nights at Freddy's soundtrack over the same type of environments the last trailer had. So, confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. I'm taking that as 100% confirmed. You don't get much more direct than that. Plus, there's the things that other people have stated and that I realized last video, is that there were even more Five Nights at Freddy's connections than I ever even noticed to begin with. Like, looking back on it now, this being Five Nights at Freddy's was, like, really obvious, and there were some things at the start that made me think that too, but as it went on, I kind of eased away from it. But because I eased away from it, I stopped paying attention as much, and I missed a bunch of things that made it obviously Five Nights at Freddy's along the way, and now I feel really, really confident again in saying, no, this is obviously Five Nights at Freddy's. I shouldn't have backtracked that thought process. This could have just been a 10-minute video, but I streamed this for some reason. Chat, what y'all got for me? This was crazy. I think the black bloom symbolizes agony. Yeah, that is a good call out. Black is very, multiple times in this series, I'm pretty sure, because in the books, it's like black tear streaks, which gets referenced in Security Breach, interestingly enough. They're like the recharge stations, right? The flashlight recharge stations in Ruin all have black tear streaks when they get destroyed, which I think is like a reference to the agony. But yeah, the flowers are very symbolic, very often. And black flowers symbolize, like, death, I think. From what I remember, I think there's a lot of different interpretations. Bad is the interpretation. But agony, absolutely. Especially considering I'm pretty sure agony is literally used with flowers in Fazbear Frights. I mean, it's used with a lot of things in Fazbear Frights, like there's a painting, and there's... Oh, I do not remember. All I remember is the painting. The only reason why I know about the flower is because one of my commenters brought it up at one point. Y'all are awesome, by the way. Keep bringing this stuff up that I missed. It's because of you that I'm able to, like, bring up such interesting things in my videos, really. It's why this video series of me covering these news stuff does well, right? It's because I actually have things to bring up, and I don't think I'd have as much to bring up if it wasn't for, like, your comments and stuff. It's really helpful. We have no idea. Problem shows no results. That's insane, actually. No shot. Oh, I didn't mean to AI shit that. We don't use the AI search. We put it into normal search, and then the AI thing comes up at the top anyway. Okay. Macbeth. Is it Macbeth, or are you hallucinating? First... Well, let's start there. Fuck all. You're hallucinating. Great. Hang on, I better read these. No, I better read live chat first so people don't leave. It's a restless location of when the shaft camera falls. Look, you know what the best part is about being on computer right now? Is I can do shit like this. Check this black magic out. Oh shit, are you seeing stuff on screen? Wait, I didn't even check. Do I have a display capture on? I do. Oh, I was actually worried for a second. Yeah, so check out this black magic thing. It's called paint.net. So basically, you can put an image in here, and then you can edit it. It's pretty cool. So, check out what happens when I crank up the exposure. Suddenly, the image is now visible. So we can actually look at shit now. Oh, now that's visible. Oh, yeah, let's see this stuff. We've got a light. We love lights here. We've got a bunch of railings and a bunch of random, like, poles shooting out from everywhere. It did look like a catwalk environment. I will say this, there's a lot of things that kind of gave me catwalk vibes. Like, one of my commenters said it looked like Monty Golf, There wasn't enough golf stuff for me to call it Monty Golf, but I can see where people get that idea from, because the teaser trailer as a whole did kind of look like it was very, catwalky, and when you see, like, catwalks collapse in Five Nights at Freddy's, the instant thought process goes to Monty Golf, right? That's a hole in the ceiling, like, drooped down like an insect nest or something. That's fascinating. I just got a little lost at that. That's like, why is there that? It's in the ceiling. There's sparks down here, so there's like electricity's been running. I've got to make sure not to put things in the bottom left corner because my face is down there. Because I put my face on streams and people have to deal with that. One of the glitches is orange. Oh yeah, I noticed that instantly. The orange glitch feels very Mimic. Very Mimic. Is there anything hiding in the static? Surely it would have been found if there was, but I didn't see anything. I saw nothing in this static. Maybe I'm blind though, so that doesn't mean there's nothing there. Is it? Wait, there's a brief visual. There's a brief visual in the static. No, we're grabbing this. We're analyzing this closer. Why does it cut to a visual? I didn't even notice this. So I'll get back to chat in a second. I'm analyzing here. I didn't analyze it before. I just quickly looked at what it was. This is a dog shit frame. This is a light. It's a light and a gate. No, there's no way you hit a nothing image between static. Let's be for real. There's probably something there. It looks like this light in the back. I don't know if you can see that. It looks like this light down here. But just like zoomed in. Oops. Oops, I am messing everything up. Yeah, it's just zoomed in on that, I think. I don't know. Okay, what's the next comment got for me? Got a 19 seconds in. Oh, no. Oh, what does 19 seconds in have got for me? Oh, that's a very brief down shot, though. Oh, I gotta look at that, don't I? Wait, what's in this brief shot? It blacked out before showing something. It's blurry because it's spinning around, so you can't even get a good look at it. But because it's spinning around, it's probably easier to see in motion. Yeah, no, that's actually easier to see in motion because of the motion blur. I do like the waterfall. I don't see this dislocation stuff. I don't know, I'm not... Look, if you see something, definitely let me know. I'll take your word for it. I'm blind, okay? There has absolutely been stuff from previous trailers that I've just seen everyone else say, but have dismissed because I'm too blind to see it. Like, there was a Secret of the Mimic promotional image of, like, the admin wing, and everyone was saying, guys, look, there's Mr. Cupcake in the background of the image, and I was like, y'all seeing things. Mr. Cupcake is not there anyway, but the game came out, and Mr. Cupcake was, in fact, in the admin wing, so it was there, and I looked back on it, and yeah, it was there. Everyone else was seeing it, my ass is just blind, so just because I'm not seeing stuff doesn't mean it's not there. I just want to make that clear. There's a palm tree. I saw the palm tree. Yeah. There's palm trees throughout this, I'm pretty sure, isn't there? It's not specifically at the end. God, I'm watching this in the morning, 7 AM. I have too much light in my room to see anything with this. There's a palm tree, like, somewhere here, right? I know what you're talking about. I am not seeing it again. Oh yeah, it's right here. There's leaves right here. Yeah, good. I got my screenshot had one of the things from it. I think I'm not insane. It looks like a leaf. Yeah, that feels very Monty Skater Golf. All right, what else have we got? Hidden within the glitch, some binary codes. Yes, someone said somewhere in there it says "find me." I can't find it, and I can't decode it. I'll take your word for it. I 100% believe "find me" is hidden in that static. I guess it's made of something. The hashtag says something about breadcrumbs and yellow bricks. It does. That is a good call out. I don't know what to make of that. I literally got nothing. You know what's classic FNAF? We've got to brighten the image in order to see anything. Mimic's secretive. He's very secretive. It was a binary, yeah. It was like, assist location, shock panel. 3 sections of, yeah, there's 3 sections of being visible and static here. Comments coded, yep. 1920s. Can't hear Funis Toreador much. Really? Wait, I didn't even notice that if that's the case. I noticed Caught in a Loop. I did not notice the Toreador. Dun 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 dun. What part of the Toreador is that? I don't know. I don't think that sounds similar enough to anything I remember in the Toreador. Then again, I don't remember the full songs, so I only know like the iconic part. Clearly, crumbed bread is breadcrumbs like Hansel and Gretel, and bricks yellow brick road. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yellow bricks makes me think of that as well. Breadcrumbs following that. They're both about following things, right? Because leaving breadcrumbs is about someone else to follow, and you follow the yellow brick road. So this is all about following something. Also, synesthesia is back, by the way, which is, again, like, the idea that your perception isn't right. It's been messed with, like, a sense alters your other senses. I think something like that is what synesthesia meant. I keep forgetting, and I keep misremembering. I'm sure you'll let me know if I get that wrong, but yeah, I want to bring up that that's been mentioned again. Okay. Probably, so both involve... Oh! Wait. No, you're right. They involve lost children. Being lured by witches. Wait, that's an insane connection. Under fire. Butok. I'm not saying another pronunciation of that. W interpretation. Black bloom. Oh yeah, this is black blooming, alright. It's blooming all over the place. I'm feeling the blooms. You know, if you think about it, black doesn't really have a bloom effect. Like, if you try to apply bloom to, like, a black color, nothing happens. Wait, am I delusional? Hang on, I'm pretty sure bloom doesn't... I'm pretty sure it just makes colors pop out more. So why? What's blooming, Leon Riskin? Wait, is bloom even a filter on this? Isn't bloom more like a rendering thing? I don't think I can artistic this. Ignore my deranged rambling. Candy Cadet story. Yeah, the Candy Cadet story from Help Wanted 2. I'm gonna be honest. I think the Candy Cadet stories are always about the game that they're in. I'm reluctant to think that the Candy Cadet story in Help Wanted 2 is about building up to the next thing. I think it's about Help Wanted 2 itself. I forgot what I thought it meant. I used to have an answer, but like Help Wanted 2 is a game I think about so little that I'm gonna have to think about that again at some point. Bloom like a flower. Yeah, I know, I'm just being funny. Or being stupid for, like, comedy's sake. But yeah, good call out, people. There was a witch. Yeah, the one I Help Wanted 2. I gotta play Help Wanted 2. So, I don't know if anyone saw this in my recent videos, but for shits and giggles, I put, like, every Five Nights at Freddy's game, including the Fazbear Fanverse games, on this folder. And the reason was because I wanted to create, like, this graphic of, like, which year the games all came out in. But just looking at this in my library is just really funny to look at, so I don't know how long I'll keep this here for. But it's also been really helpful because I've been, in my own time, I've been playing through all the Five Nights at Freddy's games from start to finish, because this is a new computer, so I've been wanting to play through all of them, like all the official games, all the Fanverse games. So having the actual timeline is actually kind of useful for me right now as well. So this will probably stay here until I finish playing through all the games. Right now I'm up to Security Breach. So I'm currently playing through Security Breach in my own time. And I'm up at 5 AM. I meant to finish it last night, but I stayed up too late watching Astral Spiff, so I didn't end up finishing it last night, but I'm up to 5 AM. I'm nearly done. So after Security Breach, I've already played Pop Goes Arcade, so I'm not going to replay that one. But next is going to be like Freddy in Space 3, Chica in Space. And then I actually intend to stream Help Wanted 2, because I want to use, like, when I reach this game, I want to use it as an opportunity to test if I can record, like, my VR setup's good, right? Because it's been a hot minute since I've tested my ability to record VR, and you never know what dumb things screw with that, and I want to make sure that I can record VR, so that I'm ready for when Secret of Mimic releases in VR. And, I want to get, like, a chat interface, so I can, like, read chat off my arm, because I know that's a thing. So I want to figure out how to do all that stuff when Help Wanted 2 comes out, so I'll be streaming this. Also, I'm pretty sure I never streamed Help Wanted 2, Because when Help 2 came out, I was on my laptop, which I don't have anymore. And, my laptop was not good enough to record it. Okay, it wasn't good enough to play VR, but I played it in VR on, like, shitty FPS anyway. And I remember having a lot of fun with this game. And I'm really excited to play it again. I'm really excited to play it, like, on stream, because I don't think I ever got myself, like, playing it. Holy shit, my live chat view is doubled during that ramble. Family story is probably about... Wait, hang on, a little further back. It's likely about the player being lured under Glitchtrap's control. That, I'm gonna be honest, I think Glitchtrap is squish gone bye-bye. I think the Help 2 ending where Glitchtrap got killed off does happen. I think both endings... I think all endings Help 2 happen at different points in the timeline. Because the Vanny ending in Help 2, it starts with you locked in a room, which is, like, locked off by a glitchy green key. And to me, that feels like Glitchtrap's already got us. It feels like that's the continuation from the Help Trap ending to me. Glitchtrap, jumps us in the ending that leads into a ruin. And then I think at some point after that, Cassie's dad gets Glitchtrap defeated. And I think it's like a time skip. I don't know. I think it happens after Ruin. I used to think it was, like, some other time, but I think that happens, like, after Ruin now. But I think if that's the case, which I could just be wrong, just putting that out there, I could just be wrong. That's very, very easy to do in Five Freddy's. But if it really is a case like this ending leads into that one, then I think Glitchtrap is just dead now. I don't think he's coming back. Not in the form of Glitchtrap anyway. Obviously the Mimic's still around and the Mimic is Glitchtrap and the Mimic's probably just gonna still mess with stuff. Like, I think this next game will probably be M2's last game. And if that is the case, then M2 is probably going to use every ability as a disposal. It's probably going to be the M2 everything game. Because M2 is a lot of ways it can mess with stuff. Like, in Secret of the Mimic, he stuffs people in costumes. That was a nothing point in Secret of the Mimic. Put M2 in an environment where it ain't costumes, but it's animatronics. Suddenly you've got the Mimic creating haunted animatronics. M2 has already been a threat, but, like, its program being put into, like, other machinery and it being, like, aggressive because it's controlling it all with its program. And we just got that with Glitchtrap so far, recreating a bunch of stuff from Help 1. But if the Mimic's going all out, how much could it do? Like, what's the limits of that? Because we know that Mimic kind of plays around a bit before it, like, locks in. Because in Secret of the Mimic had, like, a million opportunities to kill us. There's plenty of times that Arnold should have died, but didn't, just because the Mimic kind of didn't lock in till the very end. And so I feel like the Insecurity Breach, I don't think we've seen the Mimic lock in modern day. So I think we've got to have to see that at some point and get the full utilization of, like, what M2 can really do, like, everything, all powers on display, before we finally bye-bye. We get rid of it. And then M1 will be the main antagonist, because I think M1 will replace M2. But that's a controversial theory, so... Oh no, I'm rambling too much. It's like, I do this in every video. Favorite stories about the Murrays. I think any family at this point in the timelines of Murrays, yeah. Family with the opportunity sounds more like filler. Help 2, family. Oh, I think that one would be about Cassie's family, because it's Cassie and her father. I think that's referring to, Cassie's father, like, something to do with him kind of domino affecting and dooming both him and his daughter. That's my personal takeaway. But I mean, it could also just be filler or whatever. Something else could be about the Murrays. I don't know, I'm only theorizing, right? This is just, was just my, like, first impression. Jedburgh is most likely M1. You're gonna have to elaborate on that one. Mimic still has connection to Cassie's mind via the Vanny mask. Yeah. FNAF 4 connections. Jedburgh Repair is literally about F10 and 4. I just recently played that. Y'all making connections that I've never thought of. You're gonna have to elaborate. Do you believe M1 is Mexus? I've got a weird interpretation of that I know you won't agree with. So, I think MXCS, modern day, like where the story would be like Ruin and stuff, I think the program in Mexus in modern day is Cradle.exe. I do not think it's M1. Because I feel like F10 and 4 in Secret of the Mimic acted very differently from MXCS in Ruin. Because in Ruin, the MXCS was more all about like keeping the Mimic contained. Whereas F10 and 4 was all about like fixing the Mimic. And I feel like F10 and 4 was also had a lot more personality and depicted herself as a sun character, whereas modern day Mexus is depicting itself as like this rabbit character. So I feel like these are two different programs. I feel like M1 at some point, at least isn't controlling the console. I think M1 is somewhere else. I think M1's been taken out and put elsewhere, and we'll find out what's the deal with M1 is in the next game. I think M1 will be very, very important to the next game. Very important. But I don't think we'll be able to predict exactly how until that game comes out. I'm predicting some crazy shit. But I do think like the Cradle.exe makes more sense to be MXCS because we get Secret of the Mimic, which establishes Cradle.exe, and it's like I think M1 made it. I think she said that she programmed it and was like, "Oh, this is a program that I made to give boundaries to David," which is of course M2. And I think that a program designed to give boundaries to the Mimic matches what we see in Ruin a hell of a lot more than what we see of M1 in Secret of the Mimic, right? At least that's what I think. So I came out of Secret of the Mimic thinking, oh, M1 isn't here modern day anymore, but instead it's running Cradle.exe. That was my interpretation, but that's a very controversial theory. 90% of the fandom would say it's still M1, so I understand if, like, you don't agree. I mean, we're all kind of just trying to guess where the story's gonna go, and let's be real, half these answers are probably gonna be something we never predicted. Oh god, how much... except they all die, which sounds like the Murrays. No, that's a good point. They did all die, didn't they? Except I think Edwin's still alive. I'm gonna be honest, I think Edwin's still alive. I just joined. What's new? Oh, buddy, I'll replay it in a second. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, good call that at Wit's End. 3470. Good call that. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean now. Yeah. Baraso Saber-san, Bonnie with the moon. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. No, those are good connections. Yeah, good call out. Good call outs. I didn't think about that, but you're right, yeah. I don't know if Dreadbear, like, I'm still reluctant to say Dreadbear is M1 personally under, like, my interpretations, but it's a good call out and I see the vision for the theory now. Yeah, thanks for explaining. I just find it interesting at the end of Leon's teaser, there's Siren playing, and assist location controller. Man, if we're talking about audio in that teaser, I think the bigger elephant in the room is that the background music is caught in a loop. If anyone uses a piece of its code for Cradle, I mean, it makes sense, like, M1, like, programmed Cradle, so I could see it. Not confirmed, Edwin will come back. I am so certain he will. I have a lot of reasons for believing so, but first, we have new people in chat, so, like, let's run this back. I'm even going to remove my face this time so I don't block off, like, a big chunk of the screen. Check this out. That's a really cool trailer. I will also say this. This trailer looks way better than the previous one. I don't know if that's just me. This one looks way cooler. Just visually. Alright. Alright, so. I'm not saying the only way to stop M2 is for Edwin to get back in the game. Yeah, I think, this is my theory. No, actually you can't call it a theory because it's baseless prediction. But I think that how we'll defeat M2. There's this trope in a lot of video games, particularly older video games, and which is that you play this hero, right? This young adventurer, and you meet this old warrior, this old wizard that like wants to keep adventuring, that wants to keep fighting, but they're too old. They can't do it anymore. So instead they hand off their prized equipment to you, and then you get like this cooler equipment, and then you look at it, compare it with your base equipment, and then realize it sucks compared to existing equipment, so then you don't use it. No, but I think that trope of like the old man that wants to help but is too old to do so, so instead he makes something to allow the younger person to help to defeat whoever they need to defeat. I think that's the trope Edwin's gonna be. I think Edwin Murray is, because at this point, like, assuming he's like 20 in the 70s, I mean, modern games like 2030s, right? So it's like 60 years later, he'd be in his 80s. Edwin would be in his 80s in modern day. And Edwin is an inventor, so it makes a lot of sense for Edwin to be inventing things to help take out the Mimic. But also, he'd be 80, so it also makes a lot of sense for him to be too old to actually do the work himself, like the physical defeating the Mimic work. So I think that whoever we play as, be it like Cassie trying to get out, or Gregory trying to save Cassie, or whatever this ends up being, whoever we play as will probably encounter Edwin Murray down in the depths, because I think Edwin's going to be hiding out or something down there. And then Edwin would be like, oh, I'm old, and will give you some invention that he's made, and then that will be the key to defeating the Mimic. That is my baseless prediction based off video game tropes. Hello, Death Smoke and Mirrors. Yeah, I still have no idea what to make of that. So, like, anything's better than what I've got there. That's literally FNAF. Yeah, right. Like, even aside from the visuals, which kind of just looks like a place like Crumble Down, whatever, a lot of games can have environments like that, right? This is literally Five Nights at Freddy's soundtrack. It's caught in a loop! I'm saying that a bunch of times in this stream, and I'll probably say it a bunch more times. It's literally a remix of Caught in a Loop. It's the Princess Quest theme. That is directly Five Nights at Freddy's, and that's like the one thing that was missing from Trailer 1 to convince me of it being Five Nights at Freddy's. There was a lot of stock assets in Trailer 1, but there was no direct connections. Five Nights at Freddy's soundtrack, direct connection, now we know. And that's on top of the fact that we also got the thing that I made a video on, like, last night, which is, now we got, like, the Secret Mimic adjacent terminal. So, it's definitely, I feel very confident now. This is Five Nights at Freddy's. Most of you already felt confident, like, way earlier on. I was confident early on, I became less confident, I didn't want to get my hopes up. But y'all were right, I'm just gonna say it, you were more right than I am, because this was obviously Five Nights at Freddy's. And even when I, like, was checking out, there was more Five Nights at Freddy's connections than I knew. Like, it was obvious. Like, it was obvious, I shouldn't have doubted it, but, you know, I'm just the type of person who doesn't want to get their hopes up. And I don't want to set other people's expectations too high. It's like, I really don't want to set people up for disappointment if it's not Five Nights at Freddy's. But it's Five Nights at Freddy's, there's no denying it now. So, like, I don't have any worry now, like, it's Five Nights at Freddy's. If it's not Five Nights at Freddy's, we've been edged like crazy. If it's not Five Nights at Freddy's, I'll have a good laugh about this in retrospect. But I'm pretty confident it is at this point. Oh no, how much stuff did I miss? My crack theory, M1 is hand unit. That's not that crack. And 5-4 was literally a collab between her and William to make Remnant make another David. That is not that insane. I've heard way crazier theories. I totally see the vision of M1 being hand unit, because she already has Dispatch's voice, she's demonstrated it. And yeah, as you said, there's a motive, there's direct connections between the Murray house and Five Nights at Freddy's 4 house. There's a lot to work with there. That is not that insane of a theory. It's not the common consensus, but it's not a crack theory by a long shot. I can totally see it. That's the Abyss, Cassie is shot by F-10 and 4. I've heard this theory before. The idea that Fiona is actually who trapped Cassidy down there. What's Cassie? No, Cassie. Let's not mix up those names. M2 or Cassidy can't... Oh wait, you actually said Cassidy. I'm reluctant to believe Cassidy's involved. You do you. It can't be stopped, it's impossible. I disagree. It'll be stopped. Wildcard prediction, OMC returned in a crazy way. He's been in, like, the last few games, hasn't he? That's not that wildcard. Because, like, Old Man Consequences appeared in, like... Didn't he appear in Help Wanted 2? Wasn't he that recent? because he traded him the Vanny Mask, right? And he gives you back Glitch Trap. And he appeared in like both previous Princess Quest games as well. So yeah, I could open consequences. We're not done with OMC. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. OMC is Mimic King Edwin. Yeah, like so for example, crack theories. Angel Theory's comments are example of crack theory. I don't mean to diss, by the way, Angel Theory. I want to make it clear. I do enjoy like your theories and reading them and stuff. It's just they are a lot to process, and they are definitely more on the. They're more on the side that's hard for me to interpret compared to other theories. I'm just gonna be honest. But I do like them. Don't worry. It's just harder for me to see them sometimes. You know, when I saw this trailer, my jaw almost dropped. When I heard the FNAF soundtrack, I immediately knew 100% this is definitely FNAF. That was exactly my thought, too. I made the video yesterday, and like, oh, the computer terminal looks like Secret of the Mimic, and I was really nervous, because like, oh, that one polygon on the top left didn't really line up. What if I'm wrong? Oh, I feel good about it. Send the video anyway. And then, like, 1 or 2 hours later, this drops. It's like, oh, I see. I mean, I didn't notice it at the time. I had to wake up to it. But I woke up to this and was like, oh, thank God, I didn't spread misinformation. My information is true, factual, and I have... I don't know the word, I got nothing. I have the power of Mangle plushie. This is what we got. This is what we're here for. Mangle for the next Fights at Freddy's game. It's okay, there's like cushions and stuff over there, she's safe. I think the no girl in FNAF 4 bedroom instruction is telling us that M1 is really doing. I think Fights at Freddy's 4 is a little too early for that to be foreshadowed. But it could be a retroactive. If they retroactively, like, do something with, like, early timeline Elizabeth, that would be awesome. Actually, this is going to be another side tangent. Sorry, the next 50 comments I'm just going to get to, like, 20 minutes later. But... No, I forgot it! No! Oh, no, I'll get there, There we go, I remembered it again. The Afton family. And actually know everyone from Classic Era. We know, like, nothing about them. Like, at all. I think now that we've got, like, modern games with actual characters and stuff, I look back on the older games and like, great, we have events for these characters. We don't really know much about them. We still don't know William Afton's motive in the games. There's a couple of theories for it, especially like the novels. We have his motive in the novels, for example. We don't have an established game motive for William Afton. Still. We don't know what kind of person he is. There's still like debates over like his personality and stuff, because he just never really shows up. The most characterization William Afton gets in the games is ironically Secret of the Mimic. And Henry Emily is another example of this. Like, there was so many theories about Henry when Fights Freddy 6 came out. And then Secret of the Mimic came out, and they were all wrong. Henry Emily is such a funny character for that, because while he was a character, kind of in the even in the novels, he kind of wasn't very fleshed out, because he was dead before they started. But in the games, we had almost no information on Henry. We didn't really know his name. We had hints to his name, enough to piece together Henry, but we didn't really know his name. We didn't know anything that he did. He worked with William Afton, and he made the first game characters. That's all Pizza Sim establishes. I don't think... But, like, everyone who complains that Edwin took Henry's role later on in the games, I don't think they realize how lucky they are for Secret of the Mimic keeping as much about Henry as they did, because majority of the stuff people were theorizing about Henry had no game evidence. The fact that Henry is still the owner of Fredbear's Family Diner is nice, because that is not established in the games until Secret of the Mimic. That could have just been debunked in the game, and it wouldn't have contradicted anything. That's how little we know about Henry. So much of him is theories and alternate timelines. And it's just like that for majority of classic characters. We just know so little about all of them. That I've been saying for a while now, probably not on video, but since I'm streaming and yapping on, this is a place to say it. When the Mimic era ends, I want modern Five Nights at Freddy's to go back to the timeline the original games happened in, to explore the early characters again, explore a new story with those early characters, and then get those characters actually fleshed out. Because if there's anything that modern Five Nights at Freddy's does better than classic Five Nights at Freddy's, the number one thing is that characters are actually characters now. We get real characterization. We get real tangible information about them. We get their emotions and an actual narrative that carries any amount of weight. That isn't just built off theories. I mean, I say modern Five Nights at Freddy's, let's be real, I'm talking about Secret of the Mimic specifically because Security Breach was an absolute disaster. But still, Secret of the Mimic is just such a breath of fresh air for the narrative of this series that I want the games just to be like that from now on, narratively. And then if they can keep that up, go back to the early games, and please get these early characters fleshed out like you fleshed out the Murrays. Oh my god. So this is crazy, right? Yeah, you can see the security palms. Yeah, I noticed that too. Hanging over the pit. Those are the original assets. Oh yeah, they are. The entire system is automated. Yep, they are. Oh yeah, that's you're putting more evidence for like M1 being part of that. Yep. You also go through the comments from the actual post. Yeah, I probably should go to the comments at some point, huh? Leon! Leon, what are you cooking? Leon, tell me your secrets, Leon! Coffee beans! Oh, guys, it's not Five Nights at Freddy's, we solved it. It's a sequel to The Desolate Hope. It involves coffee. So it's a Desolate Hope sequel. Sorry, guys. Theories debunked. Lore over. We're getting The Desolate Hope instead. Hooray. Leon, what the fuck is this? Proceeds to do the weird-ass spider thing he does on the floor. I'm assuming every time Dorko's confused, he gets on the floor in itsy-bitsies to compose himself. Dorko, make a video about this, please! He will. I bet he's already uploaded the video. Interesting. Look, all these comments are just people just gassing this up. Melancholic beacon of hope to look toward. The answer is hidden within the ghastly chord. When you catch wind, embrace its soft kiss, or fall forevermore, gracefully into the abyss. That's fire, actually. That's fire. You deserve the Leon Riskin comment. Alchemist Fantasy, but it's caught in a loop! It's not Wait, no, it is Alchemist. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Alchemist Fantasy and Caught in a Loop use the same motif. I didn't even know that. Did y'all know that? I didn't even notice that until I just started thinking about this. Because Alchemist Fantasies, like, there's also has the same thing going on there. Yeah. Oh, okay, whatever. There's a lot of just gassing him up. I don't think he's actually said anything crazy yet. I think we can now say with 80% certainty that FNAF Abyss is FNAF Ruin 2 and not Secret of the Mimic DLC. This was never gonna be mere DLC, let's be real with ourselves. It's nighttime now according to my time, it looks like I won't be able to sleep, this is crazy. I have been there! The amount of time... I'm Australian, right? So a lot of the American news and stuff happens like midnight for me. Sometimes I have a dog shit sleep schedule. Actually, if you talk to any of my friends, you'd know this is most of the time. So sometimes I'll be like up at like 2 AM, just like playing like Geometry Dash on my phone. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, whatever, lying in bed, just look at Reddit. Oh, new FNAF game announced. Well, I'm not going to sleep anytime soon. Yeah, if this dropped, if I was awake when this dropped, which thankfully I wasn't, there was no sleeping that night. I'm happy this was uploaded when I was awake this morning, because now I have the energy to look at this and go, yeah, baby! Also, no one's home, so I can be as overdramatic as I want. I can do shit like that today. I really hope this isn't the last game where the Mimic is the main villain. We only just got to see him get into his groove with Secret of the Mimic. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the only reason why I think... Okay, this is my theory. I think this was back when I said my theory earlier, but I'm gonna elaborate slightly here. I think M1 will take over as the main villain from M2. I'm going to make a whole video about this, so I might not go into too deep right now, because I want to catch up on comments right now. But I think M2 will be defeated, and then M1 will be like, no, my entire motivation is to bring back my child. Now I have more to do. And then M1 will be the new main villain. And I also think that M1 will be a major role in the next game, and I think we might be helping M1, and I think we'll we might help M1, like, get a body that allows her to start being more proactive in the story. That is my theory. I think M1 will assist us, we'll in return assist M1, we'll think it's all good, and then we'll defeat them too, and then M1 will be like, that wasn't part of the agreement, and then M1's new main villain, and then that's how that will play out. And then maybe we'll get whatever insanity that comes out of that. Like, I've always liked the idea, there's a couple ideas I had for this, it's like, maybe M1 tries to bring back M2, maybe M1 builds an whole army now she's, like, back, or maybe M1 and M2, like, become a duo villain or something. She brings M2 back, and now there's both of them you have to deal with at the same time. There's a lot of ideas I think they could pull now that M1 is in the story, and I'm significantly more interested in the Mimic story arc now that M1 is a component in this. Because I'm gonna be honest, especially after Secret of the Mimic, which I expected to flesh M2 out, M2 is not really a compelling antagonist to me, and I will be honest, the entire reason why I think M1's going to take over from M2 is purely because I'm unsatisfied with M2. I don't think M2 has been all that interesting, to be completely honest with you, because when I see M2, I kind of get the vibes of, like, he feels like a minor antagonist, almost. Like, he feels like you make an entire game based around Bonnie or something. He doesn't feel like the William Afton to me. And I think it's because he just doesn't have the impact, like, on the world. Like, when William Afton dies, there's still a lot that he did that leaves an impact after he's gone. If M2 is written out a story, like, right now, and everything's all fine and done, that's just it. Like, M2 hasn't really left a tangible mark on this universe yet to establish itself as the main villain. So I personally, and I expected Secret of the Mimic to do that. I thought Secret of the Mimic was going to be the game that built up M2 to really show, oh, this is why he's the main villain. But instead, M2 just kind of, it just gave him an origin story, and then was like, nuh-uh, he's actually M2, and there's his original M1 as well. And M1 has an actual goal to bring back her family, and M1 has already been demonstrated to kill for that goal, because she tries to have you kill an R&D. And I think a lot of people forget that, because a lot of people see M1 as the good Mimic. M1 tries to have Arnold killed for disobeying. She's not the good Mimic. She's just locked in a box. I'm one of those people, this is kind of a crack theory to be honest, but I'm one of those people that wouldn't be surprised if David was killed by M1, because I totally could see M1 wanting to have a child of her own. It's not human, it's like another Mimic child. But I guess that goes into crack theory territory, and I can see that also not being the case. But I definitely don't think M1 is the good Mimic, like people try to frame her as. I definitely think there's more with her that goes deeper and darker than people are giving her credit for. Cassie and Gregory are gonna be alone. Hey, they have Vanessa. Come on. If Gregory shows up, Vanessa will show up. If Vanessa showed up in Help 1 and 2. I mean, Vanny showed up in Help 1 and 2, but I assume that's Vanessa. Do we think Vanessa will be recasted? Heather Masters is retired. Yeah, I think she'll be voiced by Marta Svedek, because Marta Svedek voices Vanny, so I just assume she'll have a Vanny voice actor as her main one now. Hell, if Vanessa just returns as Vanny like she did in Help 1 and 2, they might not even need to be weird about it. It might just be, hey, her voice modulation's still on. But Vanessa's had a lot of voice actors, weirdly. Heather Masters, like, she had a voice actor in Help Wanted, and then a totally different voice actor in Security Breach's trailers. And then we got Heather Masters in the release game. And then in the release game, Marta Svedek voiced Vanny. So she had a different voice actor between Vanny and Vanessa. So I just think Marta Svedek will take over. Personally. But the latest video is amazing. It's a whole 47 minutes. It's a whole 47 minutes because I was too lazy to edit it down. I love that. I'm really happy that people are saying, like, it's great and all. But I do feel a little bad when people are talking about the quality of the video being good, and I'm just sitting here like, this could have been half the video length. I just hit record, one take recorded it, and then uploaded it to YouTube, It was actually recorded the same day as my video on the charity stream went up, like that went uploaded. It was literally just recorded, uploaded, and then scheduled for the next day. It literally took 47 minutes. It was pretty lazily made by my standards, and that was intentional. I wanted to get out fast. I wanted to update you guys fast, and I prioritized that over actually making an edited proper video. But most of my videos are more edited than that. They're usually still not fantastically edited, but they're usually better than that in my opinion. I would consider that to be like my lazy video. But I'm happy that people are enjoying it anyway. I'm assuming they enjoy it because of the content, but the content was all grabbed from a Twitter thread that wasn't made by me, so I don't want to take credit for that. David Letter wasn't for Living Edwin, but for M0. Oh yeah, there's a lot of theories out in M0. That goes, again, very far past where my interpretations are. That's kind of... Look, there's a point... This is actually something I really like about Five Nights at Freddy's, which is that you can interpret the story in so many different ways that different people could come away with completely different things, and I think there's something really special to that. But unfortunately, because of that, it becomes hard to see, like, when everyone's theories are theories stacked on theories, stacked on theories, stacked on theories, and then you have someone who has the core fundamental theory completely different, and then every way it's stacked on has been completely different, and then suddenly you got stories that are so vastly different that it's like genuinely hard to like comprehend, like genuinely. And it's not because the theories are bad by any means, it's just hard to take in. And to an extent, the official games like that too, because the official games are then in an entirely different direction of their own. No one predicts where the fuck these games will go. I certainly can't. So, the new official game comes out, and I have to sit here going, ugh, I have to spend a week trying to figure out how this changes everything. And it's kind of... It literally takes, like, that long to think through the implications of a whole new big installment. So when I get to theories like yours, Angel Theories, and your theories are good theories, I like them, but they are also so far different from what I'm used to, that I think it would genuinely take, like, if your theories got confirmed, it would be one of those things that would take, like, a week for me to process. It'd be a really big, heavy hit. And that's why it's kind of hard for me to, like, analyze your theories, like, as I'm going through a stream. It's because even though I like them and want to give them the credit, I want to give them attention of going, oh, I see that. I have to be honest, it'll take me a week to even understand what the theory truly is. Like, even if you explain it, like, really well, it's just a lot to process. Theories are just that different from what other people are saying. And again, absolutely doesn't mean they're wrong. The official game story does the exact same thing. So, for all we know, you could be right on the money, and we need theorists like that going in completely different directions, because that's the only way that we'll ever get a chance of knowing where the story will go. Because the story builds off what theories people have like kind of made. It elaborates on things that need to be elaborated on. It's so... I don't know where I was going with that. Is this Security Breach 2? I don't think it'll be called that. I think the sequel that Scott was referring to in the charity stream, I think that's Five Nights at Freddy's World 2. Because I think this will get its own unique name, with its own unique double meaning, because if you didn't know, all like the main games have their like double meanings in their subtitles. Which is really funny with Sigurd the Mimic. We kind of called it, we were kind of way off. We were right about there being a double meaning. That trend continued. The double meaning was in fact that the Mimic itself was the secret. We just thought before the game came out that it meant the Mimic was going to like inject itself into the older games and recontextualize something in the older games, when really, the Mimic is the secret because there's a fucking second one. Anyway, right, Security Breach 2. I don't think this will be Security Breach 2. I don't think, like, the whole double meaning of that and, like, the whole vibes of Security Breach itself would carry over to this game. This feels very different. However, it is, like, I do believe this will continue from Security Breach. I just think it will get its own name. And or at least continue from Ruin, you know what I mean. I think the sequel specifically, like, the second installment of a pre-existing game that Scott was teasing, I think that was Five Nights at Freddy's World 2. He's been teasing that for, like, mildly over, like, stream comments for a hot minute now. He definitely has interest in doing it and has had interest for a while. I think it's finally happening. And God, I would love it! Maybe it's Copium. But I want to see Five Nights at Freddy's World 2. It'll be interesting if in one ending, Cassie touched the generator and activated it. Yeah, sorry I haven't been addressing this, like, theory at all. The idea that we're gonna see the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 stuff, like, the actual nightmares, that would be so peak! So peak! I love Five Nights at Freddy's 4, I love the nightmares, I'd love to see them again. I'd love to see that actually explained better in the games. I'd love to see, like, everything to do with sister location, I just want to see it. Sister location, Five Nights at Freddy's 4, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff there that I want to see covered, like, just personal opinion-wise, I want to see that. Which is kind of why I don't want to talk about it very much, because I know I have a bias. Like, even if there was nothing pointing to that sister location, I'd still probably be saying, oh, I want this to be sister location, right? Because I know that is my inherent bias, because that's where I want the story to go. Now, that being said, there's absolutely things pointing to sister location, so it's really hard for me to go, oh, is there actually something here, or am I biased? I don't want to be biased here, but please, 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 there's real hope! I want to see it. I think this might be Heather's last performance. I think she's retired. It'd be weird to not have her in the baby game. Yeah, look, voice casting's changed. Like, Foxy's voice actor is, like, changed twice now, I believe. I mean, I think the first change was unintentional, because it just needed the placeholder lines, but his voice actor, like, Fox's voice actor changed. Like, Vanessa's changed a bunch, but that was pre-release, so I guess that doesn't count. I think Heather Masters' role I think Heather Masters will get replaced, and yeah, it'll mean every character that she voiced won't sound the same. And that is sad, but at the same time, I wish Heather Masters the best for the career that she wants to pursue, and I am curious to see how the new voice actors, like, take it from here. They could also, with Circus Baby, they could just make Circus Baby not say new lines. Like, she might be more silent, or just say her every now and then the line will be reused or something like that. I don't know, maybe not. They'll probably recast, but yeah, I don't think it's that weird, because it's just, that's what happens in the industry, right? Don't know if she says Gregory to Princess, we implied she does. I think Vanessa looks after Gregory. Like, Gregory seems to be homeless in Security Breach, because when he escapes from the bad ending, he hides in a box. So, at least I like to imagine that Vanessa adopted Gregory. This is very headcanon, but I kind of like that headcanon. And I think it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot more sense than Vanessa holding the door open for her and Gregory to leave together, and then going, fuck you, little shit, live out on the street. They're together, I think. I think where Gregory is Vanessa is at this point in the story. Rune Basement is M0, going after Insane after David dying, but it's Digital Edwin, is helpful. Again, that's a lot, that's too much to unpack. Price Freeze 4 is down there if Fazburger is true. I definitely think Fazburger is true. It is more and more likely with the illusion causing chip in Cassie's head. I'm gonna put my bet that Fast Freeze 4 gameplay recreated in Abyss. Oh, that would, you know what the other big thing that makes me happy about that theory? That would mean that would also cover the Fast Freeze 1 quota. This is a joke thing that I intend to make my own video on, like a full video on, because it's kind of a stupid, weird trend that I've seen over the past few years of Five Freddy's. Is there a Five Freddy's 1 quota? Because, like, it feels like Five Freddy's 1 keeps coming back more times than it should. Like, more times than any other game in this series, and not just because it's the first one. Like, it feels like every game tries to force in Five Freddy's 1. Like, Hope Haunted, whatever, it makes sense, it was supposed to be a VR recreation, sure, great. Security Breach. Oh man, it's such a new game with this big open world, how can we possibly remind people that this is Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, I know. We'll have office sections where you use cameras and closed doors in the animatronics with, like, limited power. You know, we'll just recreate Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Easy. Even though Glamrock Freddy is literally a Five Nights at Freddy's 2 gameplay mechanic, so it would have been literally easier to have recreated Five Nights at Freddy's 2 in Security Breach to reference that. But they called back to 1. Okay, whatever. Hope Haunted 2 comes out. Oh, how do we remind people this is a Five Nights at Freddy's game? Oof. What's a tough choice? Oh, we'll just recreate Sister Location's office sections. Now, that alone isn't the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 connection, but you go back to Sister Location, and Sister Location itself was the, oh, this game is so different. How do we remind people this is Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, I know, we'll recreate cameras, power, doors. We're gonna recreate Five Nights at Freddy's 1. and Help 2 stole that again. Secret of the Mimic comes out. Oh man, we're doing another free roam game. How can we possibly remind people this is Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, they might get tired of like the closing doors thing. Let's just jam Five Nights at Freddy's down in research and development. Like, all these recent releases, and some of the previous releases, almost every game in the series goes back to Five Nights at Freddy's 1 and connects directly to 1 in compared to other releases. And 4 does the same thing. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it goes back to the start because it's the start of the timeline, because 1983 back then was the start of the timeline. But then the gameplay was Five Nights at Freddy's 1 without cameras. The characters attacked from the same sides, it's still doors, and there's still lights. It's just Five Nights at Freddy's 1 without the camera system. So it goes back to the start in both an in-world perspective and a meta perspective. So, if the Abyss goes back to, like, cis location Five Nights at Freddy's 4, then maybe we might be spared from Five Nights at Freddy's 1 gameplay, because we'll get Five Nights at Freddy's 4 gameplay instead, which is basically the same thing. I mean, they play very different, because Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is auditory based. Like, removing the camera system's a big change, to be fair. But, still, it might save us from the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 trend. Like, I'm not insane. That's a trend. And it's been... Five Nights at Freddy's 1 gets called back to so often. I'm gonna make a video just going through all the direct callbacks. That was a tangent. By the way, do you remember that there are still some Funtime shows? Yes, I do. Mimic will wear those costumes in Abyss. That would be so peak. Mimic wearing old characters is a really cool part of his, like, character. And I would love to see... As long as it's clear that he's wearing those characters, Burntrap can die in a fucking hole. Like, regardless if he's William, like, just in general, actually. Like, regardless if Burntrap is William Afton or the Mimic, I think he's a Mimic, but regardless, he's the worst part of either character, either way. What a terrible boss fight. What a terrible story introduction thing. God, security breach, oh. Agree, there must be some retroactive character upgrading done at some point, it's to be very, yeah. Oh man, I'm so far back that I didn't even know what people were talking about at this point. Sorry, I'm catching up on comments, I promise. This stream won't end until I've read every single one. Toward the end of Ruin, Gregory mentions a friend that can give directions, but the name is unintelligible. It is not... Okay, this is such a dumb point. Not from you, but in the game. Because he says, follow instructions. That is really short, so it seems like a pronoun. But here's the thing. The character that gives you the instructions is him. That line should be, follow my instructions. Oh my god. Oh! Oh no! I just had a thought. Oh my god. Oh my god. The static. Static cuts out mid-sentence. Is that M1? Maybe I'm crack theorizing. Does the Mimic take over his voice there? Is there a struggle between Gregory and the Mimic that entire time in that final chase? Could that static be the Mimic taking over even earlier? We know the weird sound in the elevator is the Mimic taking over comms. But, like, is it like Gregory contacts Cassie via walkie-talkie, Mimic cuts out, no, follow my instructions, and then gets the elevator. Gregory taps in, Cassie, there's some shit going on. Mimic takes over again. Down, down, down you go, Cassie. Oh, that's just a crack thought. It's probably not true. It probably is just the end. But god, that's just a random thought I had just now that I never thought about before. Like, when I think... Secret of the Mimic traumatized me. When I hear, like, things like static, cut off pieces of dialogue around the Mimic, alarm bells start ringing for me, even if those alarm bells are unwarranted. You know what? I was right. Don't remember what you're talking about. Hey guys, howdy, Max. One of the fans should make a joke. Game called Secret of the Leon Riskin. Don't tempt me. I'm a video game developer. Yeah, just listen to it. Yeah. In Spanish, French, Brazilian version, it says my friend with feminine terms. We shouldn't use translations as evidence, because translations aren't handled by Steelable. They are handled by an external team that doesn't know what's going on. We've already had issues in the past with using those translations, where they've misgendered characters because of character ambiguity. So, for example, it refers to patient 46 as a girl as well in most translations. However, we're pretty confident now that patient 46 is Gregory. So, I would not use translations as evidence personally. I would stick to, like, the source language, the source material. It's like when you're reading a manga, right? I don't read a lot of manga. I've read a couple of manga series, and that's a very common thing. Like, you're reading an English translation, and you're reading through it, and then there'll just be just total misinformation because they translated something wrong. Like, the original developers aren't aware of how it's being translated. So there's always, like, a lot of grains of salt you should be taking when you're getting information from, like, a translation. And that's what hurts a lot of, like, anime and manga series, is that a lot of English fans, like, get screwed over by that. And I think it'd be really, really dumb as an English speaker to use these broken translations for, like, the source material. Because, like, we know the source material. We know that's not a thing in the source material. So I don't think we should stick to that too closely. I mean, I guess it's worth looking into every now and then. Like, you never know. Like, I'm pretty sure things like the MXCS, its acronym changed. And now, for all cool, correctly, I heard someone say it, that is because it's to tease, like, what the acronym actually meant in the end. But for the most part, I think we should really err on the side of caution. If they intended it to be ambiguous in the English version, then we shouldn't trust the translations, in my opinion. It's midnight for me right now. Any cool online event nukes my sleep schedule? Same. I really like this remix. So do I. It's amazing. Leon Riskin's great at making OST. Like, I'll say that. Like, there's a lot of games and stuff that I've played with, like, really banger soundtrack. And honestly, Five Nights at Freddy's was never really one of those, in my opinion, because most of the soundtrack is just kind of like, you know, horror ambience, right? But when Five Nights at Freddy's does use a soundtrack from Leon Riskin, it's kind of fire. Like, I don't have any complaints. It's great. He's great at making soundtrack. A lot of stuff that's probably too much too in-depth to go for right now. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if Scott and Leon are two different projects. Scott talked about wanting to make a Fetch, Strixie would input. Yeah, I talked about Fetch as well. I don't think Fetch is a sequel to Into the Pit. I think Fazbear Frights are too isolated for that to really count as a sequel, but it totally could just be referring to Fetch, you're right. Maybe it's a little bit of coping on my behalf that's FNAF World 2 and not Fetch. So I was definitely going the GLaDOS route with M1. Yeah. Still both FNAF games, but just not the same one. Yeah. I agree. I really hope Gregory and Vanessa stick together and save Cassie. Yeah, I hope so as well. I actually do think... Because Vanessa is down in the Pizzaplex in Help Wanted 2, right? Because she shows up in Help Wanted 2 where, like, Cassie's father is, and he's down in the pizza place. So, if the AR world at least somewhat resembles locations in the real world, which I'd assume to be the case because you walk through the place in Ruin, then does that mean Vanessa's already gone down there? Because if so, I think that might imply that Gregory and Vanessa are already on their way trying to help Cassie. Which, at least that was my takeaway from it, but maybe that's thinking too deep into it. But, yeah. That was my takeaway, and I do think they are trying to help her. Teaser tag breadcrumb, yep. Some of Leon's earlier posts had music for FNAF World in it. Yeah. Oh, God. I don't even know what to make of that. I know there's one in particular that really irks me, which is that there's a sister location. Like, he posted the original version of the sister location track, but the first time he posted it was a fake out, and it gets cut off by a scream, there's some creepy monster stuff happening, and then it starts playing the dungeon theme from Five Nights at Freddy's World. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that, buddy? Anyone seen the dump log by... Oh god, is there a new thing? Have I yapped for that long? No. Great. We're not thinking about it right now. Do you think FNAF Abyss can become a AAA project that is on par or greater in scale with the Security Breach? I don't think Steelball will ever go greater than Security Breach, because one of Security Breach's biggest flaws was that they try to do too much. They try to make it as filled and packed with content, as much content as possible. More. Scope creeped to death. But the problem with that is, they spent so much time piling more on, and spent none of that time actually fleshing any of it out. So there was a lot there, It was a big game. Biggest game we'll probably ever get. But by consequence, because it was so big, it wasn't very good. And I don't see them making that same mistake again. I really don't. I mean, maybe eventually, for like a big grand finale or something, we might get a big project where they lock in for a few years and do like a filler game like Help Wanted 2 to pass the time, and just lock in for like one really big game. I don't think this next one's that game. I would assume it's a little later than that. I don't think now's the time to try and one-up Security Breach. I really think it'd be a bad idea to try and one-up it. Security Breach was too much. They need to scale it back from Security Breach. And I think Secret of the Mimic did that really well. Secret Mimic maybe went the other direction a little bit too much, but I think generally, like, Secret of the Mimics, like, if you're scaling quality or quantity, the quality approach of Secret of the Mimic paid off a lot better than the quantity approach of Security Breach. So, at least in my opinion, and from the general consensus that I've seen online. So I think it'd be a really bad mistake to then just pivot to let's do more again. So no, I don't think it'll be bigger than Security Breach. I think Security Breach is the biggest game we'll get, and will stay the biggest game for a long while. Maybe forever. What if FNAF World 2 and Abyss are directly connected? Very possible, because Five Nights at Freddy's World was connected to 4, and as you said, 3 with Happiest Day. I don't know though, because Scott Cawthon said that he regretted tying Five Nights at Freddy's World to the canon. Like, he said in an interview that he actually regretted doing that. So honestly, I think it's more likely that he won't do that again. But then again, early on, he kind of regretted Five Nights at Freddy's World as a whole. So, if he's clearly intent on revisiting that concept, then maybe he will revisit it and connect it to, like, revisit that part of it too and connect it to an existing game. I could see it. It could go either way. I think fans would be a little bit disappointed if it wasn't at all connected. But, so, you know, some of those connections could be as small as, like, what Five Nights at Freddy's World did and just show us a fixed, like, angle, right? So, they could be, I think small connections are enough for fans to be satisfied with Five Nights at Freddy's World 2. But, you know, I could go either way. I think it's a possibility. I think it's a good call-out and something you're right and should be addressed. These spin-off games would absolutely be tying into the big release. I'm actually really skeptical of Five Laps at Freddy's in particular, because that game, the demo, had Midnight Motorist lore. Surely, if you're going to do a big lore drop of Midnight Motorist, you'd save that for the full release. So that makes me think that that game is somehow going to have lore drops so huge that Midnight Motorist isn't the highlight. Which, well, that rings alarm bells in me. Like, that game, Five Laps at Freddy's, I don't think's that great of a spin-off game, but I think it's going to earn its place in the Five Nights at Freddy's community by giving us some more deranged lore drops. So I'd actually be more skeptical of Five Laps giving us information of this next game than hoping for World 2 connections. Though both are very likely, but I definitely think like at least Five Laps will at least happen first. So I would be very alert of what happens with that game when more of that game starts happening. There's a new dump log from 00X5F. Hang on. Five Nights at Freddy's, hang on, wait, sorry. By the way, I saw a theory on Reddit that FNAF World didn't mean Five Nights at Freddy's. I disagree. Is there a new dump log from... Where is it? Is it, like, in a reply or something? I'm not... Oh, shit, what the fuck? Oh, you guys were trying to tell me about this, like, an hour ago. Alright, it's okay, I know how to... Sorry for getting to this late. I'm sorry, I looked in the wrong place. We'll react to this in real time. Sorry that you guys were waiting an hour for this shit. I can actually read binary, by the way. I could decode this literally myself. But, it would take too long because there's too much text. I'm not decoding this much by hand. So, dump log something, dump log date. We're just gonna put these back to back. Address, audio, cloud, F, the cursed flower, link. Is that not a type OM date? Replies, help me out. I got fucking nothing. I'm too stupid for Five Nights at Freddy's. You got nothing! Five Nights at Freddy's fans, I rely on you! You're supposed to be smart! Oh yeah, dump log, floor, absent, walk, mess. So, um, uh, um, I got nothing. Uh, you guys comment your theories, and then when I catch up on my hours worth of chat, we'll get there. I'm so sorry for being so far behind. I'm trying to. There's 20 of you watching this stream. This is the most I ever get in my live streams. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to keep up. Just asking everyone. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, look at all this stuff I missed an hour ago. Am I really an hour behind? I'm so sorry. I am reading everything though, so this will take a while. Okay, okay, what's logic? Do we know what happened to the Fights Phase 2 building? This has bothered me for so long. We have so much lore in the Fights Phase 1 building. Especially if you assume, like, Into the Pit's canon, which I don't, but if you do, then that's, like, if you assume Into the Pit in the week before a canon, which I personally am not comfortable with that, but I understand a lot of other people are more confident with that than I am. A lot of that didn't come out, but you know what I tried to say. Like, a lot of people think a week before Into the Pit a canon. I can see it. I'm not comfortable enough, confident enough in it to use it as solid evidence. But if they are canon, then, there's a lot of lore in the Fast Phase 1 location. And the Fast Phase 2 location has never ever showed up again. I always wanted to see them go back to Fights Freddy's 2, because Fights Freddy's 2 is actually like my Fights Freddy's 1. I started playing Fights Freddy's from 2. That's my first Fights Freddy's game. So that one holds a special place to me. So I'm a little bit disappointed that they never expand on Fights Freddy's 2, like, ever, outside of the Marionette. New dump log. I know, I'm sorry I got to it an hour late. Fights Freddy's 1, Ralph says animatronics programming is bugged and Annihilated the Haunted. Yeah, I agree. Edward convinces himself that M1 is haunted, but in reality it is the Mimic. I have no idea what's going on with the 4625 thing. Yeah, it could go either way. I could see it being either... The problem is, he hears it on the radio static. Like, he doesn't process that it's the Mimic. He doesn't even come to his mind. Surely, if he had a Mimic mimicking things around it at that point in time, he'd think about that. The idea of the Mimic copying her would have came to his mind. I don't know, it feels weird. And especially considering that's the same room where the Mimic was built, it makes me feel like that the lore here is Fiona's ghost was over the radio, and then he builds a Mimic in that space, maybe out of hope that something attaches there. Whether something actually does or not, I think it's an entirely separate question, because I haven't seen much evidence the Mimic is haunted. I thought the Mimic was haunted earlier on, but I think the more I've leaned into that theory, the more astray I've felt in my theories. So I'm less confident in that now. Though I don't know if Fiona is actually haunting anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if her ghost was still around. I don't know if she's haunting the Mimic or not, but I think she's still around. And I'd love to see that. I would love if, like, Edwin died or whatever at some point, and then we got an ending shot from Modern Fights Freddy's, where the ghost of Edwin, Fiona, and David all together as, like, in the afterlife, and then they, like, we have to put their souls to peace. It's God. Their souls finally find peace after, like, the Mimic arc has ended. That's a shot that I really want to see in Fights Freddy's. Unfortunately, that requires Edwin Murray to die horribly. But you know what? You know what? He made the Mimic. He's an AI, bro. I can't forgive that. What do we do to get to M1? We play... Oh, yeah, there's more of this. Yeah, more of that. Yep. W announcements is keep it up. Oh my god, Dedusa! God, you were here an hour ago! Oh, I'm sorry I didn't, like, see you. That's so cool that you were in chat. I've seen you around the community a lot. Guys, what do you think? Could FNAF Abyss be the finale? I mean, I've already explained this, like, before. I'm gonna make a whole video on this, but I'm gonna say it again. I think that this next game will defeat M2 specifically, but then I think M1 will continue the Mimic arc. So I don't think it'll be the end of the Mimic arc, but I think it'll be the end of M2. That is my theory. I gotta speed up, otherwise chat's just gonna... I have to catch up with one of these days. I think Abyss will make Cassie next Fanny. That's a very popular theory. I see it. I don't lean that way personally, but I see why people say that. People talk about how Toby Fox uses leitmotifs. Leon uses them well. My gripe with the leitmotifs in Five Nights at Freddy's, though, is that there's a lot of times where it's used for no reason whatsoever. Like, just none. Like, Toby Fox, I feel like there's meaning behind every motif. In Five Nights at Freddy's, there's definitely connections and meanings sometimes, but then other times I'll catch something that's like, what could possibly be the connection here? Especially like the spin-off games, particularly. I'm pretty sure at the very least the spin-off games just use whatever music they freaking feel like. I don't think there's much connection half the time, because otherwise we'd have to try and find out how the hell Freddy in Space 2 connects to Princess Quest. Because Freddy in Space 2 uses that I recently replayed it actually. It uses the Princess Quest theme in a lot of its tracks, I think. It uses motifs in a bunch of its tracks. I think I remember like the Sis Location theme being on the title screen, and it's like, what the fuck does Sis Location have to do with Freddy in Space? Did Circus Baby put Freddy in a freaking rocket? I don't know what connections to make here. Oh god. There's a new dump log. Yeah, I'm so sorry. On the other hand, during the creation of Security Breach, 70 people worked. Yeah, you're true. That is true. It would be a lot faster nowadays. You're right. They could probably tackle a Security Breach level project better than they could back then. I still think it's too soon to do it. I think that will be reserved for the actual finale against M1, and I think that will take place at Fall Fest. And I think Fall Fest being this big outside thing, or a modern day Fall Fest, I think it being this big outside thing that connects multiple places because it's an entire, like, festival, I think that will be our big scope game. And I think that will be the only game, I think, that will, like, match Security Breach's level. If that even happens. That requires a lot of predictions of mine to even be correct. I personally just don't think they'll pursue a game that big for a long while. I still doubt Laps should be a source of info on lore. That's valid. Very valid. Unfortunately, I'm a gamer and I'm gonna use it anyway. Nick Fluff will be a FNAF 6 situation. I think that's Cope. I personally think... I don't think the entire game is going to be a bait and switch like Pizza Sim. There'll be lore, and maybe some crazy secrets for sure. I don't doubt that. I don't think it'll be to the Pizza Sim extent of you only get a racing game for the first few minutes of gameplay, and that's a completely different game after. They're fleshing it out. They're fleshing out the racing too much. I know people don't like how it played, but there's still clearly effort put in. Like, they've clearly put up, like, this is an actual game. I don't see a world where it's a total bait and switch like Pizzeria Simulator. Do you think Fries World 2 trailer will be released on the Scott's channel? Oh. Was Freddy in Space on his channel? Wherever the Freddy in Space 2 trailer was. If Freddy in Space 2 was on his channel, then yeah, I would assume the World 2 trailer would be as well. We still haven't seen the rest of Pizzaplex in Ruin. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Ruin's Pizzaplex drives me fucking nuts. Sorry, another tangent. Looks like we're going another 1 year off comments. We're never catching up. I'm gonna catch up, but it will take like years at this point. You guys ever noticed how Ruin's Pizzaplex layout just isn't the base games? Because I study these games' locations a lot. I love the Pizzaplex. One of my favorite locations is Five Nights at Freddy's. So I went through Security Breach, learned the entire location to the point where I've memorized everywhere off by heart. I know that location really well. So then I play Ruin, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep tabs in my mind where everything is because I know the location. And then I see shit and I'm like, the door I just walked through does not exist in Security Breach. This area, this like entire section is in the completely wrong place. It's just wrong. Ruin Pizzaplex is not Security Breach Pizzaplex, it's an entirely different layout. And Ruin's Pizzaplex is fine. And to be fair, it's actually better than the Security Breaches, because Security Breach's Pizzaplex went through like development issues, so you have dumb stuff like floors don't actually align properly. Like for example, you go 12 flights of stairs the first time in the basement. So when you're in Rockstar Row, you take 12 flights of stairs down to reach basement 2. That's how well I've memorized this. I know the amount of stairs there are between levels. Then, you take 12 stairs up to reach a ground floor. However, in the game,
ground floor and floor 1 are two different floors, and you have to take an elevator to go between them. To the point that even in Ruin, you have to climb a ladder to get up there. Those are not the same floor, but they used to be early on in Security Breach's development. So, because of that, due to development issues, the floors are just all out of whack. The staircases don't align, and you have dumps other stuff too, like on the ground floor, you can look up and you see the prize counter, and inversely, in the prize counter, you look down the ground floor. Problem is, those floors should not be close together in the release version, so it just doesn't make sense. The Ruin Pizzaplex is fixed, and actually works as a game location. It just doesn't work when you combine it with Security Breach. Which is a problem, because Security Breach's Pizzaplex is the one that's actually fleshed out and you actually see the majority of. Oh my god. Maybe one day we'll get a real fixed Security Breach Pizzaplex and actually shows us the location. But more likely we'll probably get a Pizza Sim situation where every time we see it, it'll be different. Okay, that's the other thing. Pizzeria Simulator is horrid for consistency. In Pizzeria Simulator, yeah, got the entrance, walk up, stage in front of you, small room, no doors or any other rooms anywhere, at least not the back. Great. Go to Security Breach. The entrance now to the side. There's now doors at the back that weren't there in Pizza Sim, which is dumb because you don't even go through those doors in Security Breach, so why the hell were they even added there? And one of those doors was a restroom. It's a bathroom. You go there, go to the toilet. Great. According to the label. And in Help Wanted 2, that door opens, and it's a maintenance closet. Consistency, Five Nights at Freddy's! I beg you! Keep consistent at least sometimes. Just a little bit. Come on. Come on, be a little bit consistent. I think there's no secret. Five Nights at Freddy's is very inconsistent a lot of the times. But some of the locations really bother me. Oh god. Guys, maybe this is a link to some secret audio. I didn't see a link. Looks like there's a link hidden somewhere. Okay, well if there's a link, I'll look at it when I find out about it. Was there a fake version of Vanny? I thought Vanessa was freed. I always assumed... So, Vanny kills Glitchtrap. So, Vanny is Vanessa. But Vanny is Vanessa controlled by Glitchtrap wearing a bunny costume. Vanny kills Glitchtrap, so evidently, Vanny is not Glitchtrap anymore. So, if Vanny was Vanessa, controlled by Glitchtrap wearing a bunny costume, and we know the controlled by Glitchtrap part isn't true in that game, then I think it's just Vanessa wearing the bunny costume. Like, she does say, I made it myself, I think you'd like it to Glitchtrap in Help Wanted. She still has some sense of her own self, so maybe she's just really proud of the bunny costume. Or maybe it's like a Vanny mask situation, where she enters the VR world with her head, and so her virtual avatar or something is Vanny. Could go either way. I think there's a couple of different ways you can go about it, but I feel pretty good about saying that's Vanessa Ray. So, yeah, more dumb, yeah. Free Space 2 is about the mimic. Loltex is, yeah, Fuzzablast is themed around Freddy in Space. That's a really cool reference. I love that Fuzzablast is themed around that. That's awesome. 17 minutes ago. Oh, fuck, I really am an hour out. By the way, 56 Falcon Storm is supposed to be released by 2030. Scott... The Girls Flower, Skibidi Toilet, and Skibidi... God, what is this comment section? What did I say at this specific part of the video that made these comments happen? William Afton used these flowers to create nightmare gas. I'm pretty sure the nightmare gas is just nitrous. Because the nightmare gas is just hallucinogenic gas. Which is a real thing. It's nitrous. People take it to have hallucinogen. Like, they use it as a hallucinogen. It's a popular one, too. So I'm pretty sure William Afton just put these kids on nitrous. I think FNAF and Abyss Steelwool should try and make all their games VR. I agree! VR is the best thing that happened to Five Nights at Freddy's in my opinion, and I want every game from now on to come to VR. I think, especially considering that Five Nights at Freddy's has kind of had like a loss of identity in a way, I think VR is one of the coolest things to like add as a new part of its identity. So it kind of brings back that sense of like identity to the series in a new way that I think would be really awesome. Like, cause like Help Wanted, Help Wanted 2, those are both VR games. Secret of the Mimic will eventually come to VR. I thought VR mode would be out by now, but I don't know when that's happening. But when you look at Steam DB, it's still being updated, so it's still being worked on. I just hope that look they're working on it. Give them time. I'm a little bit like, oh, I wish it came out a little sooner, but like they're still working on it, so it will come out when it's ready, I'm sure. But I'm really excited about Secret of the Mimic VR mode. I'm really excited to. Hopefully, my PC is powerful enough to stream it. I couldn't stream the original Secret of the Mimic, but the original Secret of the Mimic, I tried to run it on my laptop, which I don't have anymore, but it used to sit up there. So, now that I have an actual computer, hopefully I can stream Secret of the Mimic. But streaming Secret of the Mimic in VR is like a whole nother level again. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I can. Was there a trailer for Freddy in Space 2? There was definitely a trailer for Freddy in Space 2. Because... oh, it wasn't on his channel. Oh. Okay then. I mean, I vividly remember there being a Freddy in Space 2 trailer because it was like, yeah, in this year, a game changed the world. That game was probably not Freddy in Space, but here's a sequel anyway. Like, I remember that trailer. Like, there was definitely a trailer somewhere. It might have just been on the Game Drop page, though. If it wasn't uploaded on YouTube. Talking about the Pizzaplex making no sense. Why is there a storage room perpetually on fire? It's so that Roxy can get the coolest shot in all of Security Breach. Is it still here? Is it still here? It used to be on the... oh, they took it off the Steam page. Boo! There was a really cool shot on the Steam page for a while there that was like Roxy and like the flames stuff. To be fair, you don't need the Steam page screenshot. It's a cool shot regardless. It's a really cool section. Visually. Logically, don't think about it. I mean, I guess that kind of goes for most of Security Breach, right? A lot of that game doesn't really make sense. It's a very mess narratively. But, a lot of cool moments in that game. Is DJ Music Man make sense? No. But if you ask, would I remove DJ Music Man from the franchise? I'd slap you from even suggesting the option. DJ Music Man's awesome. Desolate Hope 2. I think it's a joke comment for the Desolate Hope 2. Yeah, the infamous certified 45-degree, 20-meter horizontal fuzz elevator in Monty Golf because the cool hallway with greenery had to be cut. Oh, that does actually make me sad. I miss the old hallway. I do. That makes me sad. There's a lot of cool things cut from Security which make me a little bit sad, but honestly, not gonna lie, the elevators are for loading. If anything, the game's problems, it didn't commit enough to the elevators. Because, let's be real, the original version of Security Breach just had any area you were nearby loaded in. This was terrible, so the idea of elevators being used as loading spaces was a great idea. The problem is, they then proceeded to also still have a lot of areas in the game, like, load in like that, in really bad, inconvenient times. So they had elevators enough to destroy the map layout, but not enough to actually fix the loading issue. They really perfectly crafted that one. M1 is Vanya Avatar and Uploaded 2. Since we know she's there as a Sikippo, fair enough, decent theory. Proud of the costume too. It's a cute costume. Shit, I still doubt any of the Didophobia stuff is actually canon. I think that oh my god, I've caught up to chat! I hit the bottom! Woo! We did it this year! Yeah, the problem with the gas experiments is that that's not new to Didophobia. Like, that was a thing in Sister Location. We heard about gas leaks in Sister Location, which while the gas leak was a cover-up for Elizabeth, the cover-up could have still been real to cover it up. Like, if there wasn't a real gas leak, then people could just walk over there and be like, hey, what gas leak? So I fully believe that there was also an intentional gas leak to properly cover that up, to actually make that story make sense. That, alongside the fact that there is observatory experiments running there, and also we know from like Ultimate Custom Night that there is some sort of illusion going on in Five Nights at Freddy's observatory rooms. So this is all established information. That point on, that there is experiments being run that use some sort of illusions that they're not real. There's some way hallucinations or illusions or something like that. That much is just canon. Like, simply. Hallucinogenic gas, specifically, Yeah, there is some people that say the gas canister is the hallucinogenic gas, but it honestly made more sense for that to be oxygen, considering it's so far underground, especially considering that when the mini-arenas tamper with it, it depletes oxygen. However, even back at the time of sister location, people back then said that gas was responsible for the nightmares. It wasn't a popular theory, because a popular theory, was there a popular theory back then, actually? Because later on, the Twisted Ones came out, and then illusion discs became the popular theory. But I know Dorko specifically. I vividly remember Dorko saying that the hallucinogenic gas was being pumped into the rooms, and he said that all the way back at Sister Location. So that stuff could be solved the games alone, and was solved by some people in the games alone. And even if you don't think it's hallucinogenic gas, I mean, everything else about that just still is canon. So, it's close enough and connected enough that it's in the games enough that I'm still willing to say that, yeah, the didophobia stuff is probably still true, because I don't consider that the didophobia stuff. It's just the didophobia expanding on something that's game stuff. So, that's my thought process on that. Now, what else we got? Scrolling up. There we go. Can the Mimic make it? We can check. I have SFM to check if there's if it's rigged. I can genuinely check to see if the Mimic can make it clap. But, like, I also have other things in SFM that I don't want to risk showing on video. Wait, Nightmare is nitrous? Nitro used in race cars? If that was secretly sponsored by Williams, Nightmare experiments confirmed. Did race cars use nitrous? Like, I know they use nitrous, but is it like raw nitrous, or is it like nitrous something else? Because it could be like, I thought like nitrous oxide was what cars used, like speeding up. Is nitrous just shorthand for nitrous oxide? Or are those two different things? I thought nitrous oxide was like two things, and that's why it's nitrous and oxide. But I know nothing about chemistry or race cars or anything like that. But yeah, I do know that. I'm pretty sure if that's the same thing, my mistake. I never looked into it. But yeah, it might be. Speaking of VR, I ran around the level with a Foxy Grim Reaper for a minute, and I felt really sick. Is this normal? Oh, for first time? Hell yeah. Hell yes. I actually, when I replayed Help Wanted, I replayed the Corn Maze level over and over and over again until I got used to it. So, yes, 100% normal. It's highly documented. Go on like a lot of social media sites where people were saying that they get motion sick from VR. It's very common. I also ran around the hub world of like the VR headset as well. So like I jumped around, and because you don't jump in Corn Maze, you don't jump in Secret of the Mimic either. But I wanted to see like how disorienting like jumping around and running around and all that was in VR. You get used to it. You do get used to it, but yes, the first time, it is motion sickening first time around. And some people, it's motion sickening forever, and they don't get used to it. It depends on the person. A little girl on the fuffle. Oh, I think I missed. Oh, Didophobia is literally what the game's going to be about. Little girl in the 5-4 bedroom, confirm that one for me. Yeah, fair enough. Speaking of VR, oh yeah, I already read that. Need for Speed for. Look, I wish 5 Laps at Freddy's was as good as Need for Speed, but unfortunately, 5 Laps at Freddy's is not 5 Laps at Freddy's Mario Kart. 5 Laps at Freddy's is not 5 Laps at Freddy's Need for Speed. 5 Laps at Freddy's is 5 Laps at Freddy's Garfield Kart. If you've played these games, you know why I'm saying that. Well, your message may look your messages are fine. Where's the trailer? I just got here. Oh, I'm sorry. I will, do we play the trailer again because it's been hours of yapping? Let's do this trailer again. Here you go, guys. Here you go to Vicky Quigley 2168. Here's another look at this banger trailer too for the Abyss Project. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. Now you can see it. Isn't that really, really cool? I love it. I love it. Look, story mode, the version of security breach was made in 7 months, give him a break. I heard about that, that's insane. Oh my god. I wish we got survival mode, I'm so sad that never happened. They tried to update it and do more with it in Ruin, but it never happened. I'm so sad, I wanted to see that. I really wanted to see that. Do you think Steelworld will ever release an unscrapped version of what Security Breach was supposed to be? No. No. Because I'm pretty sure the whole reason story mode exists is because the original thing of what Security Breach was going to be was falling through. So I'm pretty sure like the story mode, as poorly put together as it was, I'm pretty sure that's what saved the game. I feel like Security Breach, if that hadn't have happened, I feel like the entire project would have just been canned. And I think more evidence of that is the fact that survival mode is what it was kind of supposed to be, and survival mode got canned. They could never finish it, even with extra time, trying to work on it. So, I don't think we'll ever see the original thing. Maybe we get some things from, like, Scott and stuff that show off, like, old concepts for the game. That would be cool to see, but I don't think we'll ever get an actual release. You know there is a mod that does that. What did I say at that time? I forgot what I said. There's a mod that does what exactly? Oh, remove the elevators. Yeah, there's plenty of mods that do that. There are a lot of strange parts in Edwin's house. There's that Edwin used gas as his wife in them. Ooh, that's kind of dark. That would be cool though. Although those strange pipes, I'm pretty sure, are implied to be carrying the molten metal, the metal that's recycled and used as a power source for Edwin's house and Murray's Costume Manor, because we see a lot of that flowing through pipes throughout the entire location. So I'm pretty sure that that's what's being pumped through. Personally. Why is there a random girl in the Final Fantasy 4 bedroom that says she shouldn't be there? The bedroom image and you keep bringing up the oh, that bedroom image. I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm too far behind to even remember what was being talked about here. Didophobia. Yeah, right. That's right. Didophobia is in. I mean, I just said that I'm pretty sure Didophobia is. No girls in the 5-4 bedroom. I mean, in world it'd be saying something else. There's a bit to think on there. I know, I've already said like my 2 cents on that, which is that I do think the Didophobia stuff is still canon. Here's another inconsistency. Oh yeah, you can have a field day with inconsistencies. Is this location teaser? It says trucks are seen taking equipment under tarps. Help Wanted 2 has a breaker room have the Pizza World breaker, meaning Pizza World was right above. This is actual in sister location too. So, in sister location, the Steam page, to date, refers to it as Circus Baby's Pizza World. Check this shit out. Ignore my collection of Five Nights at Freddy's games that shouldn't be here. Five Nights at Freddy's sister locations, description. Welcome to Circus Baby's Pizza World. Just straight up, just first line in the MIDI description. It straight up tells you it's Pizza World. So, I think the only way to make this make sense, which would still make sense with Help Wanted 2, is that they took everything out of the original building, they moved it somewhere else, and then later on they reopened Pizza World with the rental facility. Because we also see that the rental facility is also used, like, kids go there. You get told, like, the Fontaine Auditorium is for, like, kids to play and share, and the Blora Gallery is like this dance studio where kids dance with Blora or whatever. You get told that these locations are used by customers. So, I think that the rental facility and Pizza World are the same place and were reopened together as 2 different businesses in the same place, the same animatronics. That was my takeaway from sister location. And I think that still works double extra with Help Wanted 2. However, this could just be making, like, you know, pretending there's, like, things being drawn when there isn't, right? There's a lot of times in Five Nights at Freddy's where there's an inconsistency, and you could make an answer for it, but it being inconsistent is just more, like, logical, like, it just makes more sense to be an inconsistency. There's a lot of times like that. This could be one of those times. For me, I feel like the answer is straightforward enough for me, personally, that I just am just going with that as the answer, but it could still be an inconsistency, and I'm just thinking too much into it. God, yeah, what's happening? I'm yapping on way too much. Some cars have nitrous and oxygen in separate canisters and mix it around. Ah, so it is mixed. Yeah, I thought so. Thanks for letting me know. Cool small bust. Hi, Senator. Bro, we have learned so much stuff since Ruin. Remember the Mimic? And then now we know everything about M2. Yeah. And the Free Space trailer. Where is it? You didn't tell me where it is! You ended your message at that! Dude! Well, I hope I can get used to moving around in VR to prep particularly VR. Yeah. The fucking wall... The fucking wall card. Tell me, I'm not gonna read the rest of your message. I have so many thoughts on that wall card. I could make an entire video on that wall card. It's not on the to-do list. I have no intention to, but I could. Actually, I probably couldn't. It'd be a very short video. My thoughts aren't that good. I think the only thing I've got about the wall card, it has implications. It has implications I don't like. So first off, break and mend, I built the breath. We're clearly talking about someone who is building things in the modern era. So my mind immediately goes to Edwin Murray, because I still think he's alive. It goes on to list, like, everything Gregory does in the game, though. And it's like, is Gregory using this as his motivation? Why doesn't he address it? Which led me to the theory that I don't like. I don't think it's very compelling. But it's my takeaway from the wall code, but I don't think it's correct, if that makes sense. It's like, so, from the wall code alone, I kind of get the impression that Glitchtrap was never freed. That Gregory was never freed from Glitchtrap. Because Gregory, we think, is Patient 46. And so he was mind controlled by Glitchtrap, and he was kind of the evil guy before he was presumably freed, and now he's good in Security Breach. What if he wasn't? What if that code, because in the Mimic story, the Mimic's language is like triangles in triangles. And that kind of triangles, I mean, I guess that's more of a triangle in like hexagon or something, the wall code. It's close enough that I think it's adapting that concept. If that's like the language of the Mimic, and it's instructing like, it feels like it's like instructing the Mimic almost to like self-cannibalize, to destroy like these animatronics, destroy everything, to do everything that Gregory does. It almost makes me feel like Gregory never got freed, and it's just the Mimic... Edwin found a way to manipulate the Mimic code to self-cannibalize itself. That's my takeaway from the wall code. But that would mean Gregory isn't free, and I'm not sure how compelling that is. I'm not sure how much evidence there is to suggest that, because it feels like he's free now. It's weird. It's weird, and I think I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong in my interpretation of the wall code. But that is my, like, takeaway right now. And the best I've got right now. It's certainly something that I hope we get explained later on. Half-Life Alyx is the best free walk VR game in terms of accessibility. My dad played Half-Life Alyx. I do plan to play Half-Life Alyx. I've bought all the Half-Life games because I want to do a full series playthrough on Half-Life at some point. Because I haven't played it before. And I kind of want to. So, yeah, I haven't played any of them. It's such an iconic series that I haven't played. I don't know if I'll do it on my channel, because I don't know if my YouTube channel is really the type of group that would watch me play Half-Life, but I'll definitely intend to play those games. And I'm very curious, I'm very excited to play Half-Life Alyx, because that's the VR one. And I love VR. Thanks, no problem. This music's amazing, even download a trailer photo in MP3, have someone make a full version. I'm sure Leon will post a full version at some point soon. By the way, when Faf Ruin first came out, I thought Secret Mimic would be a fan-made game with Nightmare, Funtime, and trying circus dance. Thought Mimic filmed a circus. That's not far-fetched, though. Let's be real. From back then, like, we had so much circus imagery that hadn't paid off back then, that's a very valid theory. I think a lot of people were anticipating there to be a lot of circus imagery in the next game. Doesn't want girls says David. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you mean, yeah. Yep. Oh, messed up marketing materials and Five Freddy's. They were going together so well for so long, you'd think they're married. Doesn't the cancelled newspaper say that the trucks have seen take away things from the pizza world under the tops, away from pizza world? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it does. That's what I mean. Like, my interpretation was that they took it away from the pizza world, and then it's a different building. And then that new building became the rental facility and the new pizza world. I'm saying it reopened somewhere else. Who wrote that shit? if we play as different characters in the Abyss, I don't think this will ever happen, to be honest. But I know a lot of people are really open to the idea of like games like switching perspectives. I know a lot of games do that. I don't know. That'd be. I don't know. It doesn't feel right for Five Nights at Freddy's for some reason to me. Especially seeing that the protagonists are never really that important anyway. Like, I don't feel like there's much of a reason to switch between perspectives. I think it's better to switch between perspectives in more metaphorical ways. I think that's more Five Nights at Freddy's style. Is like you have one perspective you play through, and then other perspectives you hear about. And maybe other perspectives you like get cryptic insights on. I feel like that's the approach Five Nights at Freddy's would take to different perspectives, not just cutting to different perspectives. That's my 2 cents on the first few words of your comment. It'd be cool to show Gregory and Vanessa to sing under the Pizzaplex, for example. Yeah, I agree. Do you think this next game will be the continuation of Ruin? 100% yes. What if there's no possessed by Glitch Trap? Wait, it said M1. Yeah, I feel like it's heavily implied that Patient 46 is possessed by the same thing that's possessing Vanessa. I don't feel like there's enough in-game to show that these are different things. They're kind of working together, doing the chaos together, so I feel like it should be Glitch Trap. That's my opinion. Burger is literally a prime candidate for another David, yeah. Which ending of Security Breach is, in your opinion, the canon ending? Well, I'm pretty sure it's just, at this point, it's objectively the Princess Quest ending. Because that's the ending Ruin continues from. Like, I don't think there's much debate about that. Dude, I'm crazy about Half-Life. Please play as unbearable. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll do a series, yeah. We switched perspective once in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Oh, yeah! Huh. I forgot about that. But I agree about switching perspective mid-gameplay. I think different campaigns, yeah. So that's what Security Breach did, right? It kind of had, like, different campaigns. Like, the Ruin DLC was kind of like a second campaign in Security Breach. I could see that happening. And yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was weird. That was weird. I'll give you that one. And I still agree with myself. Even knowing that Five Nights at Freddy's did that, I still say it's weird. I don't think Five Nights at Freddy's would do that approach very often. And I've finally caught up to comments. Whoa. Alright, now let's see if there's any shit that needs to be decoded here that I missed. Five Nights at Freddy's fans. Decode it. Find me. Wait, that was this. It was this I was looking at. I already saw that. What if Fritz Smith FNAF 2 is 400 from FNAF 3? I don't think that add much. Like, could be. Doesn't really do much to the story in my opinion. I don't think there's a reason to actually believe it. I am really... Did you see my question? Wait, which question? Well, which ending of Security Breach? I'd answered that, so yeah. Fritz, I'll do this one first. So, I am really, really reluctant. This is just kind of one of the biases I have. Everyone has their own biases in the theory space. A lot of people get angry at my comments every now and then when they're like, oh, you're not putting as much emphasis on this. You're clearly like letting your biases get in the way of this. It's like, that's literally everybody. That's how the human brain works. Every YouTuber we'll watch will have their biases. You have your biases. So, one of my biases that I'm aware of is that I am really, really reluctant to say that a character is the same as another character unless there's like really good evidence for it. Because there's been plenty of times where Five Nights at Freddy's has like gone, this character and this character are the same, and then everyone just agreed, and then I've been like, nah, no, there's no reason for that. And then like a game later it's confirmed. It's happened multiple times now. Most recently, I remember when Ruin came out, and I was like, just because Cassie's dad's a Bonnie fan and has a Bonnie mask doesn't mean he's the Bonnie bully from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Y'all this is a crack theory. What the hell are you talking about? And then Help Wanted 2 happened. So, yeah, this is just a bias of mine. It's really hard to sell me on the idea that two characters are the same. I don't know why. It's just, I always assume characters are different unless I have really good evidence to believe otherwise. So, yeah. Yeah, oh, no, you probably just... It's okay, I say so many words, I ramble a lot. So, Security Breach's canon ending, I think, is just unanimously agreed upon to be the Princess Quest ending. Because Ruin came out, and every ending, except for the Princess Quest ending, had a comic drawn by Gregory. On top of that, Vanny's mask is in the Pizzaplex, so it's an ending where Vanny leaves her masks behind, which only happens in the Princess Quest ending. On top of that, Freddy no longer has a head, and while Freddy does get ripped apart in multiple endings, stuff happens through multiple endings, the only ending where Freddy has his head taken is the Princess Quest ending. And aside from that, right, there's also a sword. The Princess's sword is jammed through the Princess Quest 3 arcade machine, which again implies that Princess Quest 3 had been beaten. And then the other one is just process of elimination aside from that. Like, we can physically see in-world that other endings didn't happen. Like, the second most popular, well, actually the most popular theory on what the canon ending of Security Breach was prior to Ruin was the Burn Trap ending. In the Burn Trap ending, that area underground collapses. Like, we see it fall to pieces in the final cutscene. We can clearly see it in a perfectly fine state in Ruin, which is funny because the entire building's in Ruin, except for the stuff that's underground, which is perfectly fine, which is the place that got destroyed in the Burn Trap ending. So, we can clearly see that the Burn Trap ending did not happen in Ruin. So, and that was the other most popular theory. Aside from that, the other endings are similar. It's like you can physically tell that they didn't happen. So, yeah, I said so a lot, sorry. But yeah, it's... I feel very confident, and again, it's not even really a debate. You ask anyone in the community that question, almost, not everyone, but there's always some people out there with different theories, but almost everyone will tell you it's Princess Quest. Ruin pretty much hammered that down. Will we finish line? Thanks for giving me an opportunity to yell about my hyperfixations, no problem. By the way, why did Holby say in Ruin that he was pairing some kind of chip? Oh... I mean... I think it's a bit of both. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the sound effect and Cassie feeling pain and whatnot implies it just gets drilled into his head. In my opinion. It is weird that it's being paired. Because you'd assume if the chip was already part of the mask, it would have already been paired. You're right to call out that's weird. I personally don't think it's enough to build a theory off of. It's not enough for me, personally. But you could absolutely build a theory off that. There's probably something there you could work with. Is that Glamrock Chica? M2... Wait, what? Did maybe Ryan think that was Glamrock Chica? Okay, look, we've all been there. Let's be real. We've all had moments in our first playthroughs where we've just seen something and then we've just been completely stupid. Yeah, God. Yeah, I think we've all been there. I feel like Scott's changing the law based on some theories. It's no secret. Five Nights at Freddy's story is made up as it goes along. Like, that's not a secret. And obviously, like, he builds on, like, what he chooses to explain and expand on is very clearly based off the fans. Like, we have early concept art now of Ruin, where Monty was supposed to be the protagonist, but we're pretty sure Roxy ended up being the ally because of, popularity. Like, Roxy was one of the most popular characters in Security Breach. I feel, and then even that, like, Cassie's, like, Roxy merchant stuff wasn't there in her earlier concept art. So, I think I feel comfortable with saying, like, that little detail of Roxy being the one that's nice in Ruin was probably just in response to fans. And I think there's a lot of little things throughout the entire series you can make that pretty safe assumption. Like I mentioned a while back now that most people in this stream is still in now, probably didn't hear it. I think we've switched all our viewers. I think all old viewers left and new viewers are in now. But I said a while ago, there's kind of like this Five Nights at Freddy's 1 quota, that almost every game in the franchise directly connects to one specifically. And I called out the modern games specifically, but even though a lot of the early games did so as well. And they, in a ways that they, not just because it's the first one, but like, they don't connect to 2 or 3 in that way. So like, most games connect to one specifically. And I'm pretty sure that's because everyone associates Five Nights at Freddy's with 1 specifically, because that's Five Nights at Freddy's at its core to pretty much everyone. If everyone unanimously just agreed that, like, 2 or 3 was the best in the series, we'd probably be getting those instead. Like, I think the reason why 1 specifically is one that's been focused on so much is because of popularity. There's a lot of things, I could really go on about that for a long time, but yeah, a lot of things are like that. Also, but I will say that there's, with Security Breach specifically, some of it was not changed in response to fan criticism, but because Steelwool misinterpreted Scott. Because Scott didn't communicate his story to Steelwool, so Steelwool in some places put the direct wrong things in. So Scott kind of had to pull it back. So I believe, like, for example, the Mimic, I'm really confident was that. Because there was Mimic foreshadowing even in Help Wanted. I think I made a video on that not that long... Oh, no, this is my next video. I made the video already, but it's technically not live yet. I'm making a video on Glitchtrap at the moment. But there's a lot of things connecting Glitchtrap to the Mimic, even before the Mimic was introduced. Like, if we knew the Mimic was a thing in the series, at that point in time, even if it wasn't important, just if we knew it existed, I think a lot of people would have theorized that Glitchtrap was a Mimic from day one. The only reason we didn't think about that theory is because the Mimic wasn't introduced to the series, so no one thought about it. Because there's a lot about Glitchtrap which foreshadows it, to the point where I feel like there's no shot that that wasn't the original intent. And I think, also, simultaneously, I feel very confident in saying that Steelwool misinterpreted it. Now, to be fair, things like Springtrap appearing again was always the idea. There's concept art from Pinky about that and all that. But I don't think it was ever going to be, like, so ambiguously William Afton. Also, I don't think it was supposed to feel like as William Afton as it did in the release game. I feel like the whole Mimic thing, the reason why that felt so jarring was not because they changed the story in response to fans, but because Scott had to correct the story in response to what Steelwool put in. So if the door knocking interruption, Leon presses Midnight Murderous, does that imply Midnight Murderous related to Abyss? Midnight Murderous is a whole can of worms. I'm just going to be so for real, I don't want to go into. Hope we'll see more of the Nightmare Staff Bots. I think they're truly creepy modern characters. No, yeah, you're right, the Nightmare Staff Bots are creepy, but I think they're creepy because they're like Night Marion, but physical. Like, Marion felt very fantastical, because he felt like, all tentacly, and it was hard to feel grounded, but the Staff Bots feel grounded, especially the dirty ones in the basement. So you give, like, the Night Marion imagery to, like, those, and suddenly that creepy imagery of, like, that creepy monster is now a creepy, grounded monster. I think that's what makes it feel really impactful. So yeah, I would agree, that's a cool design. Now, that being said, I don't feel confident saying Staff Bots will ever return in this series. Just because this is one of those things where I feel like the fans are very vocal about hating them, that I feel like they'll only ever appear in places that you can't ignore them. Like if they ever make a spin-off game, or more things building off Security Breach, it's hard to build off Security Breach without acknowledging the Staff Bots in the room, because they're such a big part of the game. So obviously I think anytime they call back to Security Breach, we'll probably see them, which to be fair, is the next game. So I guess everything I just said about them not appearing again is entirely moot. But I guess that's kind of like my thoughts on the Staff Bots in general, is I think they'd only appear in very Security Breach related things. Scott does have a thing where he lets criticism dictate the general direction of the series a bit too much, but he does not just take theories from fans with no thought. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, that's another thing. Criticism... Scott has his own idea for the story. He knows what he wants to do, generally, and knows the general idea, not fully fleshed out, but he knows the general idea well in advance. Like he said in his, like, post-Ultimate Custom Night interview, that he had plans all the way up until Sister Location from the very start, from 2. He didn't plan to go up to Sister Location, he planned to end it at 3, but he thought that if he continued further, he knew what he would do up till that point. So I think that the modern era would be a lot of that. There'd be a lot of Scott knows vaguely where he wants to go, but doesn't exactly know how things will turn out, how they'll unfold, how he will react to criticism, and so those things all, like, augment and adjust that vision, but I think he still has the general vision in mind. And I also think that's one of the big problems with the films at the moment, is that, and actually the modern era too, is that there's big plot points in the films and the modern era that the fans don't like, big approaches that they don't like. But the problem is, those are big parts of it. They aren't just little augments that Scott can just correct. Like, fans hate the Mimic. The Mimic is one of the most hated characters in the series. Scott can't exactly just say, alright, we're done with the Mimic, not seeing him again in the next game and never make him show up. Like, he's such a big elephant in the room, so important to the story, so important to Scott's vision, that he kind of just has to keep going with it and just hope fans warm up to it. So, yeah, I agree there. I agree with what you said. Can we get more Final Fantasy 4 love, please? Don't worry, I got you. 4 is one of my favourite games in the series. I think there's not enough faith in Scott as a writer storyteller in the community right now. It was shattered by security breach. Serial America's great first step in building up back up again. And then Film 2 happened and destroyed it again. Yeah. So, Scott's a weird one, because it's kind of, the big part of the community sees it in two big ways, right? There's a big part of the community that's like, Scott does everything at the seat of his pants, nothing's planned ahead, he has no vision for where it's going to go, he just does it in the heat of the moment. And there's the other side of the coin where it's, Scott's a mega genius who had everything planned out from the beginning, when really, it's, as I said, he has a general idea planned out, but a lot of that changes as the games develop, as he takes in criticism, as, like, his ideas just might change, like, a lot of it changes over time, but but the general vision is probably been planned out long in advance. By the way, do you think that Burntrap is a mimic? I do. Might be a weird question, but as far as I know, at least in the West, the fan is 50-50 split on the matter. You are correct. It is a big debate in the fanbase right now, because I think the implication is that the mimic is wearing Springtrap's remains. I think that's the charred corpse of William Afton that he's wearing. I know it's not consistent with the corpse from Pizza Sim, because his Pizza Sim design's different, but I think that, like, that's because Burntrap wasn't even supposed to be a real thing. Like, I think Burntrap was supposed to be like this hallucination, and I think it was supposed to be like this digital hallucination from Gregory's time as Patient 46, and was supposed to be both a clue in to the Mimic and a clue into Gregory's identity. But then Steel, I think, turned that into the boss fight, and then now it's a physical thing. So now I think they've retroactively said that this is the physical remains from Pizza Sim. It doesn't quite line up cleanly, but I think that's the answer that they're going for right now. The big problem with the Mimic and its connections to Glitchtrap and Burntrap is that there's basically nothing in the games to suggest it. Like, at all. There's very, very minor connections in the games to suggest it, but most of the evidence is still in the books. Like, the Mimic program just is Glitchtrap in Tales of the Pizzaplex. Like, it's just the same thing. It's very clearly the same thing. The games haven't explored that at all. And then you have, like, the physical thing, where you have Burntrap described pretty clearly, and then it introduces that as the Mimic, and it's like, again, very obviously the same thing in Tales, but then again, the games never made it that direct. So, in the games, there's only very small connections to the Mimic, but there's still big sweeping connections to William Afton. So as much as I do believe the Mimic is Glitchtrap Burntrap, it's very obvious why there's a debate in my opinion, and I don't fault people for believing otherwise. I think it's a very valid interpretation to still say it's William Afton back. I think it's valid. It is not my theory though. Yeah, I do think it's the Mimic. What do you think about MatPat's old theory the mother of the Aftons made the Pizzaplex, and brought the Afton family together? This is one I'm mixed on. I absolutely love the evidence of the staff bot table, where it's like the Afton family's recreated staff bots, but the head of the table, the one with not only the head of the table, the one with the spotlight on them, and the one with the gift box, is the wife. Why is there emphasis put on Mrs. Afton? Like, this part is undeniable. That table is putting emphasis on her. Is there a meaning to that emphasis? That's the question. But it feels important. It really does. I feel like that has to go somewhere. I really do. Do I think that means she's the one running Fazbear Entertainment? I don't know. I think it's a great theory, especially at the time. But I feel like outside of that, there's a lot of evidence that's been kind of weak. It's one of those things where I feel like it's a good theory, but not something I feel comfortable with saying, oh, this is definitely the case, if that makes sense. I think it's great, though. I love it. I think it's narratively satisfying. No, I think it's more narratively satisfying to be the wife than just a random dude like it was in Tales. I think it's more narratively satisfying. It's more It makes sense, it explains things. I like it. My only gripe though, my other gripe, is that it unfortunately directly conflicts with one of my other theories, so I kinda can't believe both. Because I think the wife died. Because I think Vanessa A is Vanessa Afton. I think she's the last remaining member of the Afton family. I think, as a special delivery show, she was born in 1997, before Afton became Springtrap. And I think William Afton's wife stayed with him for that long. But we know that Vanessa's mother killed herself. That is factual information said in the therapy tapes. Vanessa's mother committed suicide. So if I think Vanessa is the Afton family, and it's the same wife, which it might not be, to be fair, but if it's the same wife as earlier on, then she's dead under my interpretation. Now, to be fair, my interpretation is equally as scoffed. Like, I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying that if I believe both of these theories are good, but they don't work together, I kind of have to pick one, and I lean more towards Vanessa Afton. Obviously, most people are probably not going to believe either, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying my theories are true by any stretch of the imagination. Although, if I do make videos on my theories, I'm obviously not going to portray them as false. But yeah, those are my thoughts though. Much of Liam Riskin's entire company turned up teasers for Chipper and Sons in space. It'd be beautiful. It'd be beautiful. I love the Mimic since day zero. Love me some evil rogue AI's vendetta against the Fleshlings. My thoughts on the Mimic are weird. I think the Mimic was a great antagonist in the original Mimic story. I think the original Mimic story was really cool. His story in Tales was kind of garbage. Like the actual epilogues, I mean, was kind of garbage, in my opinion. It was just kind of just teenagers get brutally murdered and there's no real plot there at all. So I wasn't a fan of that. And the Mimic wasn't super interesting there, in my opinion. I did like Mimic, kind of, in Ruin when I first saw him, because, as I said, I have a new character bias. I mentioned this earlier, where it's like, oh, I really don't believe two characters are the same unless there's really good evidence for it. That's also just in general, like, the reverse is true. Like, I have a bias with liking when new characters get introduced. So when I played Ruin for the first time, I actually played Ruin before I read the books, so I didn't know anything about the Mimic going into Ruin. I saw it and was like, this is a new character! Oh my god, yes! New villain, let's go, that's so cool! I want to learn more about this guy. I'm so excited for future games to explain it. And then I heard it was in the books and was like, oh, I gotta read the books, I want to know more about this thing. And then I read the books, I enjoyed all of them, like, not all of them, I enjoyed reading through the books for the most part. I read the novels, read Frights, read Tales, and now read the interactive novels. I literally... Don't tell anyone, but I used maybe read them illegally online. But, the newer books, I have legally. Peak! Peak! If there's any book you're going to read this one. Trust me. The week before is amazing. I dropped my Ticket to Fun Ephemera kit. Yeah, I actually love the Final Freddy's books. Now, back to the games though. See, when the Mimic came out, and I was hoping it was gonna do more to sell me on the Mimic, and it kind of never did. It kind of just introduced M1 instead. So, for me, the Mimic is a mixed bag for me. I love seeing new characters, but I also feel like the Mimic's introduction was pretty bad. Like, I was excited to see it in Ruin, because it was a new thing, and I like new things. But knowing retrospectively that was the game's way of saying, oh, this is the reveal, right? It's the reveal of the Mimic, because you were supposed to already know about the books and know about the implications from the books. That reveal is saying the book implications are in the games, Glitch Trap and Burn Trap are probably the Mimic, that's the reveal. And it's like, that's a pretty garbage way to handle the actual reveal, I'm gonna be honest. So, now that I know what that was supposed to be, I look at it less fondly. So, I'm mixed bag on the Mimic. And to be fair, I'm mixed on all Five Nights at Freddy's villains. I don't think there's any, like, main villain in Five Nights at Freddy's I've liked. I wasn't a big fan of William Afton either. I thought he was a little bit too cartoonish. in my opinion, of a person to feel grounded in the series, and I really didn't like Eleanor. However, William Afton in the novels was great. So I think if I had to pick like my favorite of the three, it goes to William Afton, and it's purely carried by the novels. If it weren't for the novels, Secret of the Mimic, I think, made me like the Mimic more than William, at least. But overall, I'm kind of mixed bag on the Mimic. I like how we thought how the first 3 FNAF games figure out, the second movie came out, and the toys of Springlocks. Okay. I don't think this is the case in the games. I don't think the toys are Springlocks in the games, because the reason why they're Springlocks in the films is because the films, in film 1, they established that the original animatronics had Springlock suits. So in film 2, so that the original animatronic location was Five Nights at Freddy's 2, unless they wanted to contradict the first film, they had to make the toys Springlocks. So I think that's just to keep consistent with the film's timeline. I don't think that's a game reveal. I don't think the toys are Springlock suits in the games, because Springlock suits have already been, like, out of commission and stopped being used in the game's timeline by that point. So, I know, like, people think the prongs on the Endo 2 is like, oh, it's Springlock suits, whatever. But it doesn't have the forward part. So, I know people say it's close enough for them. I see why people believe it. And to be honest, it doesn't really hurt the story or anything. It's pretty a harmless addition. But for me personally, I don't think there's a compelling enough reason to believe that's the case in the games. Because as I said, when I talked about the books a little bit earlier, is that even with books that we think are canon, if there is dubious canonicity, I don't feel comfortable taking it in as factual information unless there's good game evidence for it. And for me, there's not enough good game evidence for the toys being Springlock suits for me to think that carries over. So that, I think there's a lot of things in Five Nights. I think in general, the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 film, people have been taking the films and making really weird, in my opinion, for my days of theorizing, there's a lot of weird theories that came out of the films, particularly film 2. There's a lot of things there that I feel like... How do I word this? I think the thing with the films is that they are a better stories than the games, so it makes people want to take elements from them. But the elements I don't feel like carry over as much as a lot of fans think they do. Although that being said, I do have my biases to not take information as much as I probably should, so what do I know, right? It's literally one of my biases, so... Digital hallucination, just an amazing digital pizzaplex. I think the starport table was supposed to be M1 foreshadowing, but Steel will confuse one dysfunctional family that's involved animatronics with another one. That's fair. You know, that's fair. What do you think about mini-theories that claim everything was planned from the start? I think they're a load of bullshit. Now, it's not a case of things being... There's a vague outline from the start, and then as Scott makes the games, he puts in random details. Now, the clown poster specifically wasn't even Scott. That was Scott asked his artists to make cool posters that were on theme for the game, and one of the artists just threw that in, and Scott used it. I think we've heard that the clown poster specifically, one of the artists straight up said that they made that one. And then I think when Secret of the Mimic came out, Steel thought, oh, we want to base our designs based off previous things that haven't been explained. Look back at the earlier games. Hey, we haven't seen this clown character before, let's actually make this a real character. I don't think it was real Jackie foreshadowing. I mean, it is, but I don't think it was originally put there to foreshadow a future character. I think it was a retroactive, let's build off this detail. And I think that's also, the other reason why I really believe that is because this narrative approach, we know Scott has, because it's the entire reason why the box from the 4th game never got opened, was because he had this detail that he had planned to build off later, but then he found it really special that no one sold Five Nights at Freddy's 4, so he thought it'd be more special to leave it closed. So that would be... That's kind of like the reason, so... It's he decides, he has a general idea, vision, but exactly how it gets executed on hand is may or may not change later. You should make a Discord. Boy, do I have news for you. By the way, my birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday in advance, because I probably won't be here tomorrow. Love the week before, and the additional context of Secret of the Mimic. Ralph is so sad to me now. Great. I love that. Look, there's no solid evidence that Ralph from Secret of the Mimic is Ralph from the week before. But God, it's satisfying enough that this is one of those times where I take it and assume they're the same character. Because that means Ralph, if I recall correctly, he's the one who operated the Springlock suit, right, in Secret of the Mimic, which means he would have worked alongside Foxy in the 70s, which kind of gives a lot of lore as to why the phone guy likes Foxy. And not only that, but in the first game, Ralph says that those animatronics date back like 20 years, which means that those characters date back from the 70s according to him in the first game. Obviously, this felt like it was retconned or, recontextualized to be a dramatic statement from Phone Guy later on, because it's like, oh, these characters only date back to the 80s, so that's just him being dramatic. But now we have this context of actually, Ralph was working at Secret in Murray's costume manor, and Murray's did have these same characters back in the 70s. There's an easy through line here where Ralph may have just known about them and assumed they were the same characters. So it kind of really twofold expands on this character in really cool ways that it's satisfying enough that I just assume it's the same character. I like it. It's very satisfying for me. That movie up there. Yeah, I think get that. I can't even believe that history is being made before our eyes. Someday we will remember how 10 years ago we were waiting for FNAF Abyss, like for example, Sonic fans know about the old games. I'm so happy to be here for this. So, I was a fan since 2014. I've been following the franchise since, as I said like way earlier, 2. I wasn't there from 1, wasn't that early, but I was there since December 2014 because I first saw the second game at a Christmas party. That is my introduction to Five Nights at Freddy's. And ever since then, I was like following the community closely on like a social media site that's now deprecated and doesn't exist anymore. And I used to be part of the community there. And I used to like follow it a lot on YouTube videos. But I never was really part of it. I was never making content. I was never doing these videos. This is only a recent thing. And I'm really happy to finally be part of a build-up to a new game. Especially a build-up as cool as this. Like, this reminds me of classic Five Nights at Freddy's. It really brings back those emotions. That feeling of, like, checking Scott Games and then going, is that Five Nights at Freddy's? That hat that was on the floor, it's gone now. Does that mean he's not doing Five Nights at Freddy's anymore? Does that mean he's giving up that idea? No! Oh, it's a new teaser. Oh, shit, that's Nightmare. That's a new version of Freddy. That's cool as fuck. What the hell? This gives me this exact same vibes. That feeling of, is this even another Five Nights at Freddy's thing? We don't know. You can only speculate. And then we're gonna get Onslaught, and by the time it does get confirmed, there'll be all this onslaught of, oh my god, all this was Five Nights at Freddy's. There's so much to think about. There's so much information. There's so much stuff to comb over. It gives me those, like, classic game feelings that I haven't felt in a long time. Because I'm pretty sure the last few games haven't really done this. Not with, like, the ambiguous teasers. The ambiguous teasers was something I really missed. And obviously it's way harder to do ambiguous teasers in modern Five Nights at Freddy's, because back then, it was ambiguous because we didn't know if there was another game or not. Because back then, Scott at any time could have gone, great, that last game, it was the last game for real, I'm working on something else now. It could have easily been the last game. Nowadays, we know there'll be more games, so when something ambiguous drops, it's not even ambiguous, we just know. But they've somehow, through Leon Riskin, they've managed to bring back that feeling of having these ambiguous teasers that we don't even know if something's being built up, but it's causing a lot of conversation because we don't know. And I think because of that, if, like, this is Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm very convinced about that now. This keeps up, this might be the best build-up to a Five Nights at Freddy's game that we've ever had. Which is insane and well needed, because the biggest weakness of, like, the last few games, like Help 102, Secret of the Mimic, one of the biggest weaknesses is that no one knew about them. There wasn't enough conversation. It just came out, there wasn't much conversation, wasn't much hype building. But now we have this early, cryptic, ambiguous hype building that's causing so much conversation and riling up the community, and we know it's going to be huge when something actually substantial happens. Compare this like Secret of the Mimic or Help 102, where a trailer drops, it's like, oh, there's a new Five Nights at Freddy's game coming out. Huh, cool. Now it's like, oh, it's finally here. This is the thing we've been waiting for ages. It's a much bigger deal, a much more emotional impact. That this is awesome. And I love being a part of this right now. I love that also that, again, I'm a part of it. Like, these videos on my channel, these are the best videos on my channel. And it's another reason why I thought, like, when the previous trailer came out and I thought maybe it wasn't Five Nights at Freddy's for some reason, I think part of the reason why I didn't want to say it was Five Nights at Freddy's was because I felt like I always felt like I was taking advantage of it. Like, those were the best videos on my channel, and I feel like, in a way, I wanted to think it was Five Nights at Freddy's, so I kept doing more videos on it. And it kept getting more views and stuff, and I was just sitting here thinking, am I clickbaiting people? Is this just me going, oh, I want this to be Five Nights at Freddy's so that I can get more views? Is that what's subconsciously going on here? I better dial it back. I better go step back and go and re-temper expectations to just to make sure I'm not being too biased here. Now I know it wasn't a bias, I wasn't insane, the details are actually here. I don't like feeling like I'm doing something a little underhanded, right? Now that being said, I do like being underhanded when it comes to my own projects. I'm sure you guys have seen it at this point. Anyone who's been following my channel already, I mean, this video is probably new to a lot of people watching it. My last few videos are probably new because it's uniquely doing well because it's another video on this topic, and these topics always do well for me. But anyone who's actually been following my channel for a while would know that I made a meme game called Lean Simulator Desperation. I've been pushing that game hard recently. It's in like all background footage talked about all my recent videos. I've been bothering Dorco about it. I've been pushing that game like crazy, and it's like a year. It came out like 2 years ago. I'm just randomly deciding to market that one now because for some reason I've just kind of had this mental tick of, no, I want to be an asshole sometimes. It's okay to really lean into it if I feel like there's something here. And when it comes to my projects, there's something there. It's hold close to me, and I think people can understand why I push that. And when it comes to things like this, when I think there's actually something here, again, it's valid to push it because there's actually something here. And part of me questions whether there ever was, or whether I was just coping it because I wanted views or something subconsciously. Now I know there was. I'm really worried about whether like my subconscious and biases impact what I say and do sometimes. So it's just something I think about quite often. And also, I guess the other reason why I'm pushing my game so much is because I'm working on another game, and my next game is only white boxing, and it's a good white box. I really want to have my foot in the door for marketing at least a little bit already before I start pushing my next one, because I'll be sad if people don't like my next one. Lean Simulator, whatever, it's a meme game I made in like 2 years. This next project is going to be real good, I think. I'm really proud of the gameplay so far, but I shouldn't talk about it on like a Five Nights at Freddy's stream. I should leave this to their own dedicated things. Alright, I went way too far there. I think William is good because he isn't anything special by himself. He's an egomaniac theater kid. Yeah, that's from the novels, though. Oh, I mean, I guess Dead by Daylight now, but most of that was from the novels, and was really poorly handled in the games alone, in my opinion. That's why I said, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, William Afton. I'm not a big fan of William Afton in the games alone. I think he requires, like, novel information to work. Could Steel have been inspired from the clown design from Fazbear Frights, or Coils the Clown? Yeah. I personally think it was inspired by the poster. The Pizza Sim poster, like, Spookfest, and the cloud poster there. Maybe the paper pal. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but Jackie's arms and coils and like the red nose, it weirdly lines up with Paper Body. I really don't think that was intentional, but it's such a funny theory that I kind of like it and I'm just keeping it. It works. It's a decent theory. It doesn't really add much to the story, but like, it's kind of fun. I like it. The 4 biggest mysteries in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. The Foxy Grid. Ugh. The wall code from Security Breach. Ugh. The box. Oh. Midnight Motorist. Oh. Don't talk to me ever again. How dare you say even one of those words? The Secret Hunt and teasers will definitely go up in history alongside the Scott Games teasers. Yeah, it feels so good. There's an ARG, a new one found by a Five Nights at Freddy's YouTuber. Oh, really? Megan Hagoff, no. Although I think FNAF should have a beautiful ending, I probably would like FNAF to never end. The plans make end arcs areas, not the entire franchise. Okay. I'm mixed. So, I like big franchises. I like getting into something knowing it's going to be like a big expanding world. However, for me, ending at 3 would have been too early. However, that being said, I'd I don't mind a good ending. Like, if it ends in a good place, sure. Good thing has come to an end. That's great. I like that. But also, Final Fantasy does hold us, again, it holds such a special place to me that I wouldn't mind it never ending either. That being said, I also wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind either way, as long as it ends off satisfyingly. A part of me does feel like going on forever is a bit much. I feel like it has to end at some point. But we'll think about that when the series goes on. It's clearly not ending anytime soon. Gaslit the community just think it's not FNAF, then tease that it is FNAF to build up intrigue. Mask will get it, Scott and Leon. To be fair, they didn't gaslight them into think it's not Five Nights at Freddy's. That was more my fault. I'm afraid for the future Five Nights at Freddy's. I hope that Five Nights at Freddy's will continue to be hugely hyped, even more so than Security Breach. Because no matter how great the games are after Security Breach, fans only talk about that. I would be very happy to see tens of millions of views in the new Five Nights at Freddy's trailer scores of Security Breach would be great. It's a sad that just one teaser for playtime in Chapter 5 got more views than the entire Five Nights at Freddy's advertising campaign, even though that franchise is pretty good too. Yeah. Yeah. If this is marketing for the next game, I think this will be the fix for that. I think Five Nights at Freddy's is going to turn around its marketing and be fantastic again. I think we'll be safe from that. But I would agree, the last few games had really poor marketing. And, yeah, and people only talk about Security Breach. There's multiple reasons for this. There's an unfortunate reality that that's not going to end until at least this Mimic arc ends. And there's one really big reason why. Hole Pointed may have been the first modern Five Nights at Freddy's game, but Security Breach was the first big one. So because of that, like it or not, the entirety of every modern Five Nights at Freddy's game moving forward is building off the narrative foundation that Security Breach set. So unfortunately, that's a painful one to have flopped. Security Breach is a game that really couldn't be the one to have flopped. And unfortunately it did. But it did have a lot of marketing. A lot of people talked about it, a lot of people knew about it. And to see that just go down in flames, it's sad to look at. It really is. And we're definitely going to be dealing with that all the way until this arc is over. I think we will. I don't think the larger community will get over it, even if these next games become just as hyped, which I don't think can even happen, because Security Breach was following on from like the Hole Pointed and all the classic games people loved. There was a lot of build-up of just good hype all the way up until Security Breach, and then Security Breach itself had big hype. Whereas if this next game, even if it has like big, great hype behind it, it doesn't have the big snowballing hype from the previous games as well. Which means that I don't think there's a chance that any of these next few games will match Security Breach. And I don't think there's any chance that the general audience will get over Security Breach anytime soon. And I think that's just an unfortunate reality we think we'll have to deal with. It really is a shame that that game of all games flopped like it did. It really is. I treat Five Nights at Freddy's as a constantly ongoing anime with arcs ending and starting. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, and also, what is your take on John FNAF's theory about the Nightmarion plushies? I don't remember what his theory was. My take, though... I don't know. It's imagery. I don't know if there's anything literal with Nightmarion. But there's a lot of imagery for Nightmarion. So, originally, my original theory was just, oh, it's just Nightmarion plushies. It's like the watermelons from Half-Life, which I do know about. As much as I don't know much about Half-Life, I do know about the melons. Like, these secret melons that are hidden in, like, weird places. There's no story element or anything to them, they're just kind of secret and spooky, like, not spooky, just kind of funny little things hidden around. I thought the Nightmarion plushies were that, and that the only in-world reasoning was, oh, Nightmarion was in Hole Pointed, so Nightmarion is a video game character in Five Nights at Freddy's, so Nightmarion's plushies make sense because plushies are a video game character. There's no deeper lore than that, it's just that, and just funny little Easter eggs being hidden around. That was my original thoughts. Oh yeah, and then of course, carrying on from Hole Pointed, like Glitch Trap recreates stuff from Hole Pointed, and stuff from Hole Pointed is being recreated across all the Pizzaplex. So stuff like the Nightmarion staff bots was just, or Glitch Trap corrupted it, and it's recreating what it saw in Hole Pointed. But then Secret of the Mimic came out, and fucking Jackie has Nightmarion imagery. I shit you not. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. A lot of people missed it. When her nose snaps off, she gets black tear streaks and get black rings across her arms. Jackie gets destroyed over time, deteriorates over time to look like Night Marion. So it's not only a video game connection, it's now directly a Mimic connection. Even predating Help Wanted. So, where is that gonna go? God, I don't know, but it's a recurring theme and it's definitely gonna go somewhere in my opinion. One of my theories, which I don't think will be true, is that potentially the Mimic is haunted by an Agony entity. So like RXQ, right? RWQFSFXC. So from Social Delivery, we learn that he's connected to Dark Remnant, which people theorize to be Agony from Fazbear Frights. And, yeah, it's just this being made of pain and suffering. And in Fazbear Frights, if it is Agony, Agony is known to affect and make existing objects haunted. So, one of my theories at one point was that Night Marion originally in World was just a video game character, but in the lore will end up being the Agony entity that haunts the Mimic. That was a theory of mine, but I think that it feels like too much of a stretch, honestly. Something about it just doesn't feel solid enough. It feels one of those like weird stretch theories to me. But it is the idea that I had, and it's kind of the best I've got for now. Secret of the Mimic was heavily unadvertised because Scott and Steel were scared after they screwed up big time with Security Breach. I think the secret hunt is them finally being confident with this on the day game again. Secret of the Mimic actually in general kind of felt like that, right? It felt like a lot of Secret of the Mimic was them just trying not to make the Security Breach mistake. Because Secret of the Mimic itself is like a very quality-focused game. Their job was from Security Breach, which was this big game that tried to do everything, which failed at basically everything as well. It didn't do really any of it well. But Secret of the Mimic came in and was like, cool, our feedback from the fans that we take criticism from the previous game, so how do we take the criticism from this? The fan criticism was everything. Do everything better. Where do you start? How do you do that? And they actually had a really good answer, because their answer was, okay, well, let's make a more focused experience. Instead of piling more stuff on, let's have a lot less stuff, and just make sure what is here is higher quality. Which led to Secret of the Mimic being much smaller, much smaller game, like one of the smaller games in the series. But it was also a really good production value game, compared to other games in the series too. But one of the problems with that game is it didn't really do a lot that was very interesting, in my opinion, and I think it's an opinion I've seen a lot of people share, is that game felt like it was lacking something. Now, one of those somethings is obviously Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. Like, the game doesn't feel like Five Nights at Freddy's game at all. I mean, it does in terms of narrative, like the atmosphere, but in terms of gameplay, there's no Five Nights at Freddy's elements whatsoever. Like, Security Breach at least had recurring minigames. Help Wanted 2 at least had the sister location stuff. Help Wanted 1 speaks for itself. Like, most games in a series, even when they deviate from the formula, try to have Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay somewhere. Secret of the Mimic never did. It's the first game in the franchise to never do it. First main game, anyway. And that's like the first one that felt like that was a weird one. I don't know why they did that, because I don't know why that went in that decision. But I don't think that's what the game was missing. I think it would have been nice to have that, but I think there's another core fundamental thing about that game that I think was missing. And I think it was they just didn't do anything innovative. It was a kind of as my friend describes it, a very safe game. It does stuff that they knew works from other games, and they did it well, sure, but they didn't really add anything new to the genre, really, with that game. And I feel like that's, or maybe not, maybe I'm just spitballing, or maybe I'm just completely wrong, but I'm damn confident and feel comfortable with saying that it feels like something is missing from that game. But there should be something there that isn't there. And I feel like that's because when I came out of Secret of the Mimic, it didn't feel like Secret of the Mimic was the big game. It almost felt like Secret of the Mimic was them figuring out how to do the core premise of their free roam games. Like, the bare fundamentals, just nailing down the fundamentals, making sure they knew how to do the core of these games before they did anything actually interesting with it. I think the next game is going to be more of this is going to be the big one. Whereas Secret of the Mimic was, we got to nail down the fundamentals. We got to make sure make sure that this is solid before we start doing more gimmicky, interesting things with it. And I think in a weird way, the marketing kind of reflected that. right? Because it's not the next big thing, so it wasn't marketed like it. It was marketed in a way that fans knew about it, and fans were really the only ones that would probably be interested in that game anyway, because that game was also primarily a narrative game. It wasn't very, it wasn't a lot of emphasis on interesting gameplay mechanics or anything. It was very much a narrative-focused game. It was all about the story about Edwin. It was about like how Edwin's story connects the story of everything else in the franchise, giving an origin to everything in the series. This story, this narrative, these lore connections, that's what Secret of the Mimic is about. And I feel like that kind of plays into the it's for the fans kind of thing. Which I guess is kind of a cursed thing to say after the films. But, and I don't even know where I'm going with that, but I think that's kind of a lot of thoughts just said there. Well guys, I'm going to bed for now. Oh, bye. Sorry I didn't say goodbye when you left. I yapped on for too long. The high destructible physics-based watermelon mentioned, yes. But the DLC of Final Fantasy 4 was not canon. The DLC of Final Fantasy 4 isn't canon. Still isn't. It's also not DLC. It's a new edition of the game. Halloween Edition's like an entirely different EXE file. So how is Nightmare Marionette in all these games? I think, well, previously, I thought the in-world reason was it was just a cool design Fazbear Entertainment made up. Because Scott Cawthon said that the reason why the video game plot point was introduced in Help Wanted was to allow for canon characters and non-canon characters to appear in the same game without breaking the law. There's not a lot of non-canon characters in Help Wanted. I'm pretty sure Night Marion is like one of 2. I don't even remember if there is a 2. I feel like Night Marion is just like the character he's referring to that has to be justified. So I feel like, at the time, it was probably just, oh, they wanted to have Night Marion in the game, so the canon explanation for the character is probably just Fazbear Entertainment made it up for the video game. Now though, with Jackie, like being related to the Mimic, like being related to Night Marion, having that Night Marion imagery, and that imagery technically dating back to earlier, I think the origin of that Night Marion imagery, wherever it is in the Mimic story, whether it's like an Agony entity or whether it's just something else, hell, maybe it's literally Jackie, I think that was the inspiration from the actual Night Marion we see in the games, the in-world games. That is my current running interpretation. The Night Marion is Agony into the Mimic, yep, that was my theory, yep, because yeah, he does pour his Agony into a book, so that's pretty explicit. If you look at the structure, Secret of the Mimic is basically a Security Breach remake. Yeah, ton of enemies, 1 Mimic, Resurrect the Data Diver, Secret Parties of the missions. Yeah, I noticed that too. A lot of Secret of the Mimic was Security Breach's mechanics, but done better. Did you mention the obvious one? You didn't even mention the obvious one. At least the one that stood out to me most. The prototype, not the prototype, the Springlock suits across the game. The Captain Cobalt, the Pirate Captain Springlock suit. The prototype Springlock suits in R&D. The Monty Springlock suit, the Bob Springlock suit. The Fredbear and Bonnie Springlock suits. That mechanic is literally just Glamrock Freddy, but done well. It's the same mechanic. Except they've did it good. So I think that's, yeah, as you said, Secret of the Mimic in a way, the mechanically, it was, we're going to do what we've already done in Security Breach, but do it good this time. Like instead of, oh, distraction, smack it right in front of you, draw things to your location, which would mean that if you draw it to your location, that animatronic would have to be stupid not to see you. So it doesn't really, that mechanic didn't really make sense in Security Breach. So, the better version. Secret of the Mimic. You have the wind-up things. Wind-up mice, right? Are they mice? I don't remember. And you throw them. Now it makes sense because they're not directly on your position, it's away from you. Things like that. The Mimic actually lives at my house. What genre of game would you want Final Fantasy to branch out to if you could choose any? I've thought about this. So, because as I said a little bit earlier, and anyone who watching the channel would know, I'm a hobbyist video game developer. I've made a game, technically 2, and I've making a new, bigger, cooler game now as well. So I've always thought, like, Scott Cawthon's a big inspiration for me. So I've always thought, if by some stroke chance of luck, I was able to work on a Five Nights at Freddy's game officially, what would it be? Obviously, if it was an official, like a mainline game, I would assume I'd be taking orders directly from Scott, and then I'd be expanding on like Scott's concepts and stuff. However, if I could like pitch a spin-off or something, what would it be? And the answer is a fighting game. I want a Five Nights at Freddy's fighting game. Security Breach Furious Rage is a beat 'em up that's not really the same kind of thing. An actual like Street Fighter-esque fighting game. I would love it to be even, especially because like Five Nights at Freddy's would fit really well in a retro style too. So I'd love them to like have pixel art or rendered dodgy models or something for the old Street Fighter games and stuff had. Just like I want it to really feel retro. A really retro styled fighting game for Five Nights at Freddy's is what I would personally work on. Oops. If I could work on anything from the series, and even if I wasn't working on it, I think that's the one thing that I'd want from the series most. And almost nobody in the fanbase has attempted a real fighting game. I think there's been some attempts that have been kind of bad or fell through. There is one YouTuber actually who is working on a fighting game right now, and it's looking kind of promising. I hope it goes somewhere. I hope it actually gets released. I'm really excited for that. I don't remember who they were, but it's out there, and they're like making video series on their development of the game. Awesome, because that's pretty much the one thing that like I would want from this franchise. If I could choose anything for Scott to make, it'd be the fighting game. Or if I could make myself, it'd be a fighting game. I also think it'd benefit a lot from being an official product too, more than a fan game, so that it can have like online multiplayer, like a rollback netcode, proper online, because you need funds to do that, so you'd have to be official to have that. So I think it would also benefit a lot from that. Even more so, it'd benefit from being paid, because Five Nights at Freddy's is such a big roster, right? You'd be insane to have every character on launch, but a couple of solid iconic characters, and then you have like DLC rosters, because that's very common in fighting games. I think that would be my choice. I'm pretty confident in that being my choice. What are your thoughts on Pinky Pills? As a person, I'm not gonna comment. I think everyone, yeah, she's definitely an individual. Not quite as bad as Fizzy, but yeah. Her art is really mixed bag. Her cartoony art looks, I don't really like it. But she's also the person who drew the art of like this. Hang on, let me grab it. I have the book physically. She also drew this shit. Oops, wrong page. I'm sure you already know what page I'm bringing up. Where the fuck's the page? She drew that. The Chica in the log at the end of the logbook. And that's fantastic artwork. I genuinely think Pinky Pills has a lot of good art. Not all of it's good, but I think a lot of it is. But also Nightmare was in UCN, had voice lines. Okay, well, UCN's barely canon to begin with. I mean, UCN is canon, but the roster I don't think is. Because of, it was decided by community vote. Like, I don't remember if anyone remembers, but I remember there distinctly being, like, a Steam post, and then people, like, commented the characters, and then Scott picked, like, a bunch of more popular ones. He chose some of the roster, but obviously, because the whole Pizza Sim half wasn't that. But a big chunk of the roster in Ultimate Custom Night was actually a popularity contest. So, I don't think there was an intent of the roster actually meaning anything. I don't think there was any much thought put into that decision in a lore perspective. I don't think not Marion is canon just because he appeared in Ultimate Custom Night. And I would consider Hell Pointed to be more his first canon appearance. Although, I mean, I wouldn't argue with you if you said Ultimate Custom Night was his first canon appearance. I guess it technically is. But in that sense, though, it's like, at that point, you could just use the whole Pointed logic of it just being a character the Vengeful Spirit made up, right? So, yeah. Glamrock Ballora in 2D. Hey, I like the Glamrock Ballora design. I'm a little bit, like, I like the older one more, though. Because, like, Pinky Pills originally had a different Glamrock Ballora design, which was a lot hornier. And I understand why it wasn't going to be used and got toned down for the actual artwork, the recent artwork. But I thought the hornier version just looked cooler. just in general, I think it fit the Glamrock theme really well. Because Glamrock is just inherently kind of a suspicious thing to begin with. So I think the original like Glamrock Ballora fan art, I really liked it. I thought it looked cool. I thought it was a cool design. I still like the newer design, but I like the older one more. As for Toy Baby, I don't mind it actually. People keep saying that it looks sexualized. It's like I don't. Is it? Maybe I don't know. Maybe my mind is not in the gutter enough. But she just kind of looks like a cute kid character. Which reminds me of like what's her name from Wreck-It Ralph, Penelope or whatever it was. Just like that cutesy child design. I didn't see it as sexualized at all. But I don't know. Maybe my mind's just not in the gutter enough. Why don't I use that idea for a YouTube video? I don't even know what idea you're talking about, but go for it. Personally, think FNAF Pixel Art is meh, absolutely, but 3D models to 2D looks like those old fighting games work better, yeah. I know, I think Into the Pit is baddish looking. Yeah. You know, Five Nights at Freddy's iconically has shit pixel art. It's almost part of the series branding at this point. It's such a recurring thing. I feel like if Five Nights at Freddy's suddenly had good pixel art, it'd feel out of place. As a Five Nights at Freddy's fan, I yearned for the ass. Oh, but yeah, 3D models rendered out and then turned pixelated is what I would do, personally. Also, it hurts my head that there are theorists that are theorizing on FNAF, because theorists are in FNAF canon. Oh yeah, there's a lot of mind-bending stuff when you get into, like, the in-world, like, implications of Five Nights at Freddy's being real. I would really want Springtrap in the next Mortal Kombat. Actually, that would be sick. Look, if I'm not a big fan of, like, the gory, I'm not gonna say realistic, like, stylized, realistic, gory, dirty art style Mortal Kombat has. It doesn't appeal to me. I'm more of a anime-ish art style fan. Like, if I look at I've got fighting games. Like, all my fighting games are anime ones. Where's my fighters? Where's BlazBlue? Oh, here we go, BlazBlue. Yeah, so I've got the BlazBlue series, which I haven't played much of. I've got the Guilty Gear series I've yet to play. Both made by Arxis. There's a couple of other minor fighting games down here, but I don't really play all of these. Some of these I just touched once. The GOAT. I love the JoJo's fighting game. Guess that's a little bit of a tangent. But yeah, I don't really like the style of Mortal Kombat. It doesn't appeal to me atmospherically. So, but if Springtrap were to be added to the next Mortal Kombat, I'd probably buy it for Springtrap. Just because Mortal Kombat, like, I think the gameplay is good. Like, I have one of the Mortal Kombat games. I've played it. The gameplay is pretty good. So I'd definitely play more of it if they even added a slight little sprinkle of an extra incentive. And Springtrap could easily be that. I'd love Pizza Sim, but actual simulator. 3D first person, you upgrade from one room to a small mall. Or like a fleshed out type. I'm so sad we never got the Endless Tycoon game. Scott said we'd get both the Ultimate Custom Night and the Endless Tycoon, and we were just picking which one came first. The other one never happened! To be fair, if only one of them happened, I am happy it was Ultimate Custom Night. I would have been more sad if Ultimate Custom Night was the one that never happened, but I still wish that we got both, and I would have really liked to see an Endless Tycoon. And I'm a little bit sad that every attempt at making a Tycoon fan game has fallen through. As far as I'm aware, every, like, fleshed out Five Nights at Freddy's Tycoon game inspired from that has pretty much gotten cancelled or is really underdeveloped. So no one's really pulled it off. I hope someone pulls it off at some point, because I'm sad that it got cancelled. The actual game seemingly got scrapped. Only Glamrock Ballora I'll accept as one from Claustrophobia. I mean, that's just regular Ballora, but, like, in tubes. If I recall correctly, the description was pretty much just regular Ballora, but legless. Although the cover art changed the color palette slightly, I think. But, aside from that, it's pretty much just regular Ballora. I do like... Yeah, I understand why other people don't like it, but I like the hornier Glamrock Ballora design. I just think it's a cooler design. I think the big surprise from Into the Pit on the animatronics look amazing. It's the humans that were the game failed. Yeah, some of the human sprites art looks a little bit weird in general. The cartoony art, I think, was a little whack too in Into the Pit. What is your least favorite FNAF game? Mainline or spin-off? I want to answer both. I hate Security Breach Furious Rage. I think it plays like arse. This is probably why I want a real fighting game, because that is so underdeveloped of a game. It's so bland, in my opinion. I just can't... I played it recently, and I got through... I didn't beat, like, I beat the main boss, like, Vanny, but I didn't beat the, Dreamgeist, and I was planning to. But the game is just such a bore for me that I just couldn't get myself to do it, so I just moved on to the actual Security Breach next instead. My least favorite main game, though, is easily... Y'all gonna hate me for this one, because this is a really popular one that I really hate. Pizzeria Simulator. I'm gonna let you get your angry comments out for a second. We're picking which should be first, but go only one. Oh yeah, the Team Fortress update. Yeah, I remember Team Fortress. It's been ages since I've touched that game. I only touched that when I was younger. Alright, got your angry comments typed out? Let's explain myself and why I hate Pizza Sim. So, the Tycoon section was admittedly fun, and I liked the salvage sections too. I think those were fine. The salvage section was just such a small part of the game though. And the Tycoon, I mean, it was underdeveloped, but that's because it was for a Five Nights game, so whatever. It worked for the context of the game, and I did enjoy some of the minigames. Midnight Motorist is a banger game. I love playing Midnight Motorist. Albeit, that is a minigame. And I don't know if I want to rate my opinion on how fun and enjoyable a game is based off minigames. So outside the minigames, how does the main gameplay, the actual survival part, hold up? It doesn't. I hate it. It's literally just RNG. And I know that RNG is a factor in most Five Nights at Freddy's games, a big factor. And if anything, Pizza Sim isn't even the worst for it. But the problem with with Five Nights at Freddy's 2, you need RNG and execution. So it's at least fun to interact with while you're doing that RNG grind. Pizzeria Simulator, you just sit there and pray to God. You wait and sit there for a thing to finish. You wait and sit there staring at a vent. You wait and sit there, and that's the gameplay. It's just sitting around doing fuck all for and there's no short timer. You gotta wait for things to finish, but then you have to slow down and stop things to actually survive, so you end up having nights that are 40 minutes long. 40 minutes of sitting there doing fucking nothing, and it's that is the most mind-numbing gameplay in the series for me, made worse by the fact that on top of that, when you do die, half the time it won't even be your fault, because fun fact, it is literally impossible to keep yourself 100% safe in Pizza Sim. The noise is what dictates how safe you are, and the minimum noise you make is not 0, but 10, meaning there is a 10% chance you die even if you hypothetically played it perfectly. And I hate that it's literally hard-coded to be that. I hate that so much. I hate that it's a 40-minute slog, only to get usually screwed over by RNG, and then to rub even more salt in the wound. It is the only Five Nights at Freddy's game that doesn't let you get straight back into the gameplay, because it kicks you all the way back to the fucking warning screen. And then on the warning screen, you then got to sit through the transition of that to the title screen, and then transition to that to the main menu, because this is also the one Five Nights at Freddy's game where the title and the main menu are not the same fucking screen, and you transition from that to the pizzeria section, and then you can get to the gameplay again. So it's such a slog playing the gameplay, finally getting into the gameplay, only for none of it to be engaging or compelling in any way. I hate how that game plays, and it's always my most dreaded game in the series. But I'm not done. You think I'm done at gameplay? No, I'm not done. I don't like the story of Pizza Sim. Before you'll get your hate comments on this one. The completion ending is a really good scene. I'm not dissing the ending specifically. I'm dissing everything else. Molten MCI is a dogshit plot point. So in the Insanity ending, it was a theory. You could say it's a theory, or Molten MCI is technically a theory. Whatever. The part that isn't the theory is the part that's bad. And that's the part where you get told in the Insanity ending, where the missing children are still around haunting one of the animatronics. Yeah, yes, technically it being Molten Freddy specifically, that part's just theory, and there's multiple answers of where they ended up. But if you listen to the Insanity ending, there's no valid other interpretation. Henry Emily just talked about the MCI. The MCI victims are still around and are in someone. Like, the only person I've ever try to say that it means otherwise is someone saying that Henry Emily's lying and nothing he says is true in the game and everything's a lie and nothing is just accurate. And, like, no. Like, if the only way to make a compelling story is to pretend that the story was never told in the first place, you got a pretty bad story. And that the MCI coming back was bad, and that involves a puppet too, because the puppet and the MCI were supposed to be set free in 3, but surprise, they're not now. Molten Freddy and Springtrap coming back, yeah, sure, good, those are like things that had to carry over. I mean, I guess it's just that, like, it undoing Happiest Day was a really big thing that I really didn't like. I think that's pretty much all it was. And I think in other places it really underdeveloped some of the things that should have been fleshed out more. Like, Henry Emily doesn't exist as a character in Pizza Sim. If you didn't read the novels, that character might as well not even be a real character. And his implementation in the games is not very good. It also butchered William Afton. Like, I actually don't mind the design, although people hate the design. But the part that sucks more for me is his voice direction and his personality direction. Because this is the game that established him as, like, this grand theatre person. Where he's like, how could I resist a promise such as this? He speaks like a cartoon snake. And it's like, that's so corny. I don't like it. It's kind of cringe. And I never thought William Afton was cringe before that, because his only other appearance was 3, where he was this silent, like, more creepy presence in, like, the earlier games. But now, like, he spoke in Sister Location, but as a human, and his voice was chilling there. Now, all of a sudden, he's not chilling, he's like a creepy character, he's a cartoon character now. It feels like that way to me. And to add more salt to William Afton, you also have the blueprints. Like, the Scooper blueprints, it's no longer about, like, a really messed up way to rip endoskeletons out to justify you being more like a flesh suit. It's now this whole weird, like, remnant injector thing. And you have this whole, this more mad scientist character, where he's experimenting on his victims, which would be cool if it was, like, shown in a better way, but it just feels like the game just unloaded a lot of weird information about William Afton that up to that point was never a thing, and it completely shifted his character in a really jarring, awkward way. Like, I'm not even going to say the character itself is bad, just the implementation in the game feels really jarring, in my opinion, and it felt really bad. And the worst part is the, what a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously, but it was intriguing nonetheless. William knew this shit was a trap and got his ass beaten by the trap anyway. So, like, the game also established that he's fucking stupid. That's like that's just character assassination after character assassination. I'm not even going to say the character itself is bad, just that this massive shift in so many different ways from how we interpreted the character in the games beforehand felt like shit to me. And that's also in addition to that, if we're talking about character assassination, Baby lost all of her subtlety, which kind of sucks too. But I mean, I guess it wouldn't have worked, the subtlety wouldn't have worked anyway, because, I mean, we already know she's evil from Sister Location, so I guess that one at least kind of has a reason. But yeah, those are my gripes. The gameplay sucks, didn't like some of the character directions, the story direction of undoing Fast Freddy's 3, didn't like all of that, and it gave me a very sour taste from Pizzeria Simulator. Now, again, credit where credit is due, the completion ending is sick, and I am not dissing that ending sequence in isolation. But the ending sequence wasn't enough for me to feel differently about what the rest of the game did. So, Pizzeria Simulator is definitely my least favorite, and I'm not saying I hate everything about the game, I'm just elaborating things I did hate about it because, you know, I was asked what my least favorite is. But, you know, there's plenty of things I like. Like, I think a lot of the character designs are really cool. I love the salvage animatronic designs. Scrap Baby with, like, the big claw thing is, like, the coolest thing ever. Lefty is I don't know what it is about Lefty, but I love Lefty's aura in that game. I think Lefty's cool. Henry's voice acting was fantastic. The ending cutscene, I said, I can't diss any of the endings. All of them are fantastic, from like really narratively great to really funny. The endings in those games are great. The humor's great. The tycoon section's great. So there's definitely things I like about Pizzeria Simulator. Don't get me wrong. But Pizzeria Simulator, I think, does have the most that I don't like compared to the other games in the franchise. So that is my least favorite main installment. However, there are spin-offs that I'd like less. Like, as I said, Security Breach, Furious Rage. I'd play Pizzeria Simulator any day over Furious Rage. Oh yeah, another big thing about Pizzeria Simulator I do love, the different ways you can approach it. Like I say, I don't like the gameplay, but there is one credit I can give it, which is like the different tools you can use, and different players can have like the different strategies. The reason why they have different strategies is because none of them work, but still, the idea they have the different strategies there is great. The idea of having like different ways you can run your pizzeria is fantastic. Whether you like use that money on your pizzeria, buy upgrades, whether you do or don't take animatronics, there's a lot of options here, and I really respect that. And I love that the Tycoon kind of changes what endings you get too, so it's like a real weight to your actions on top of already having these choices. The choices even matter in the end too. And like I said, most of the endings are really good, so I don't mean to like slander and say, oh, Pizzeria is dog shit, terrible game. No. It's just, there's a lot of things out of all the games in the series, Pizza Sim, I think, has the most things that I don't like. So, yeah, that's where my choices were. Horror Stock I'll ever give here, but Into the Pit is my least favorite FNAF game out of the actual horror games. Genuinely enjoyed Security Breach more. I have to replay Into the Pit. It's actually part of the reason why I'm really excited to do my full series replay through my own time. I'm not doing it on stream because, you know, people have already watched me play the games on stream, so I'm doing this in my own time for the most part. Aside from Help 1 or 2, I'll play Help 1 or 2 on stream because I want to play that in, like, VR and test that VR setup and stuff. But aside from that, all this is in my own time. But I'm really excited to replay Into the Pit because the first time I played Into the Pit, I was really lost and frustrated. However, now that I've played the game before and I've seen playthroughs on it, I think I know what I'm doing now. So I want to be able to experience the game the way it was intended to be experienced rather than just me fumbling like an idiot the entire time. And I think that that will drastically improve how I feel like Into the Pit. So right now, my original experience Into the Pit wasn't very good. But I think that will change when I replay it because the game, there's a lot of great things in Into the Pit. So I'm looking forward to it. However, there is one sin of Into the Pit that I cannot forgive it for, and will always be a big negative for that game for me. And it's that there's items that you clearly should be picking up, but the game doesn't let you pick them up until the game tells you to pick them up. That's one of the most frustrating things ever in a video game, and is very easily a game ruiner for me in a lot of contexts, and I think it was a big thing that hurt my opinion of Into the Pit. If it let me pick up story items earlier and just not use them yet, I would have been way happier, but it felt like in Into the Pit that I was being actively punished for exploring because it just teased me with stuff I couldn't do, and I really didn't like that. So that is my one big gripe with Into the Pit that I think will stay as a gripe no matter even when I do replay it. But aside from that, I don't really have that many issues with the game outside of I was lost when I first played it. Fair, night gameplay sucks and Tycoon is a bit too simple. Yeah. Please tell me that someone else hates the daycare, one of the first things that you do. I personally think that Generator should save. Love the characters. Oh yeah, the Generator section, the daycare section is Security Breach. No, I'm sorry. I'm not backing you up here. The daycare section is one of my favorite parts of the game. There is one thing. Security Breach is really, really bad at telling you important information. There is a very important piece of information in Security Breach about that daycare section that you should know, which is that Sun doesn't follow you into the daycare structures. He only follows you on the main floor. So, if you knock down a distraction, distract Sun, and enter into the daycare, you can find where all the generators are with good lighting and make your own path and plan out your path without the stress of having to survive. So, knowing that makes that section play really good because that's about planning ahead, and I think it's really, really fun. However, the game also makes absolutely no effort to tell you that Sun won't follow you in there. It makes absolutely no effort to tell you that's even a thing you can do. But it's a thing you can do, and it's because considering the fact that Sun has unique animation for when you do it, it's clearly something you're supposed to do, the game just never tells you. So I like the section, but it suffers from general Security Breach being terrible. I actually learned the speedrun glitch that allows you to skip fade transitions and click team. The cut. Oh, there's a button for that. I didn't know that. I know a couple of click team buttons. Like I know the mute button and the pause button. I use those a bit in various Five Nights at Freddy's games. I didn't know there was a way to skip the transitions. That's fantastic. I just go to the FNAF world and Happiest Day happened at the same time as UCN right after FNAF 6. Oh, I have a weird opinion on this on Five Nights at Freddy's World. Hot take. Five Nights at Freddy's World does not take place at the time of Happiest Day. That's my hot take. I think Five Nights at Freddy's World takes place shortly after 4, and it's early setup for Happiest Day. I think Happiest Day itself happens way later in the timeline. I just think that the putting the pieces there is the early setup, because the ending of the game is the pieces are in place for you. Now all you have to do is find them, which implies that there's still a lot to go, still a lot to find about that before Happiest Day actually happens. So, and the intro to like Five Nights at Freddy's World feels very reminiscent to like the ending of FNAF 4. So for me, I always thought that World in the timeline when you had the Happiest Day connections was shortly after 4 about the early setup for Happiest Day, but is not itself when Happiest Day happens. I think I would agree Happiest Day happens around the time of Ultimate Custom Night, because I think the spirits have to be set free at some point, and they're clearly still around by Ultimate Custom Night because you have multiple voice lines alluding to them, and you know, the Vengeful Spirit, Golden Freddy, Elephant in the Room. No, I'm not acknowledging him as Andrew. It's Golden Freddy. Shut up, Andrew believers. I know y'all are Andrew truthers, but I'm not one of the Andrew truthers. I'm sorry. But, yeah, anyway. Because Golden Freddy and whatnot are still around in Ultimate Custom Night, I believe Happiest Day hasn't happened yet. But I think that Ultimate Custom Night has to end eventually, and considering Charlie's voice lines in that game, I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way. I think that that's her talking about the fact that she's trying to set up Happiest Day. So I think Ultimate Custom Night in World would end with Happiest Day happening. That is my interpretation, and I think that happens long after FNAF World. I know that's very controversial though, so. Friend's going to die, but I can still watch stream. I mean not W, they're able to watch stream, but sorry your friends are dying. I think Scott wanted to be him falling into his hubris, and he's invisible as Springtrap, but fumbled it. Yeah. I know that's what he was going for. I get it. For some reason, I always hated that trope. I don't know why. It's a common trope, a lot of people like it. I personally think it's cheap. It feels like a really cheap way to write a villain out of a story, in my opinion. Like, because JoJo's Bizarre Adventure did the same thing with, like, Dio, where, he was so smug that Dio used his already screwed up bad leg in the final fight to do the big final clash, and it's like, really? I feel like you could have had the advantage here, Dio. I feel like you could have done a little more, maybe use a little more of your other weirder powers that we know you have, but you're just so fixated on trolling the main cast and underselling, underusing your own abilities because you think it's cooler. And it's like, it's such a lame way to kill someone off. It feels undeserved, in my opinion, whenever a character dies because of their own, like, whenever, like, a character defeats another character because that character did something stupid. I never liked that. I always felt like it takes away from the accomplishment of the character that actually wins. I think if a character fumbles themselves, it only works in a situation where it's not from another character beating them. In my opinion, I don't like that it's your own hubris trope in the context of using it as a way for another character to beat the villain. I think I worded that really poorly, but I hope you know what I'm saying there. I think it felt kind of cheap to Henry for William Afton to have only died because he was stupid. I feel like if there was some other plan to have brought him in there that made it feel like he was outsmarted instead, that would have been way more satisfying. But of course, that's not the direction Scott went with, and I know that that's personal opinion, and I know a lot of people like that trope. It's just personal opinion. 100% into the pit, and I can say it doesn't get any better. Goddamn guitar strings. Wounds daycare section isn't very good, I'd say. Therefore, I liked it. I understand other people don't. I liked it. I actually liked a lot of Security Breach. Security Breach is a weird game for me, because I'm replaying it even now, and I keep thinking, man, this is shit. This is such a bad thing. Why they do this? This part sucks. Why they do it like that? God, why? This could have been miles better. But then I always close the game, thinking, that was a good experience. I enjoyed that. I don't get it. I don't know what my feelings are towards Security Breach. Do I love or hate this fucking game? I don't know. I always enjoy it, but I always hate it. And I think I love the concept of Security Breach enough that the game existing alone is enough for me to enjoy it, but I think the execution is really bad. I think that's kind of how I feel towards Security Breach. A lot of great ideas, poor execution. I think that's kind of my stance in that game. Scrolls moving when Happiest Day happens sometime in the future now, so the missing still around. I don't think they're still around in modern day. I think they've gone by the end of Ultimate Custom Night. I don't think they're in, like, the Blob, whatever you want to call it. Actually, completely other total side tangent rant. Burn Trap, the Blob, do not have canon names. Why the fuck did the character encyclopedia put the names there and then say it's not their name? Just put their real names there, Scott. It's not that hard. If you had a name for the character, put the name in the encyclopedia. Oh, drives me nuts that the character encyclopedia deadass just put the fan names in there and then just said it was fan made. That annoys me to no end. I wish we had real names for these characters. Thankfully, Scott does actually use the names fans eventually go with, so I'm pretty sure Burn Trap is official now, because it's used on like merch and stuff too. So I think at least we can confidently say that Burn Trap has been officially adopted. The Blob, the Tangle, Amalgamation Freddy, Badass or Beast Molten Freddy, whatever you want to call it. We don't have a name for that thing. I wish we did. Anyway, I don't think Badass Freddy as a is possessed by the MCI. I don't think he is. I think he's the agony of the victims in the Pizzaplex, or the remnant from the Fazbear Funtime service from Special Delivery. Because in that amalgamation, there's 3 Bonnie right arms. I've looked at the model, it could be left, I don't actually remember, but there's one arm of Bonnie that's in there 3 times, which means definitively that these are either spare or mass-produced parts, not the originals, or if they are the originals, it's with other mass-produced parts. So because of that, I think that it's from Special Delivery. The mass-produced animatronics for Special Delivery, some of them were supposed to be in the Pizzaplex, but then they got, like, absorbed into this amalgamation. And because of that, in Special Delivery, those animatronics were haunted by Remnant and controlled by Glitchtrap. It was actually both. Because you talk about the virus spreading in the system, but then you also directly collect Remnant from the animatronics and inject Remnant into them. So somehow those things are evil both because of evil AI and Remnant. So, pick your poison, probably the Remnant. I would assume the Remnant from Special Delivery is what is in the amalgamation. That is my current running theory. However, let's be completely real with ourselves. That amalgamation needs to be explained. Will probably get explained in a future game, and when it gets an explanation, it'll probably be nothing I possibly could have predicted. So, I'm not super attached to that theory. That's just my interpretation of the character. One of my lost shots played Scrooge before in daycare and made the wires to glow. Yeah, that's a great change. I love that they made them glow. It's Cassidy because books are separate annoying. People want him to be there. Look, the problem is we have like 3, 4, I don't know. I'm saying 3, but I guess there's a couple extras you could probably throw in there if you really wanted to. Like, candidates for who the Vengeful Spirit is. The annoying part is, not a single candidate cleanly aligns with all the information we know about the Vengeful Spirit. That's kind of frustrating. Like, let's say it's Cassidy, right? Cassidy, I mean, the Vengeful Spirit's a boy. We're told that not to custom. It's consistent. Cassidy's a girl. Every depiction of her is a girl. Even the one where we found her name in, she's a girl there too. So, she's consistently a girl everywhere. As long as we have the name Cassidy, we should know she's a girl. Because as I said, the same places that have her name also have her as a girl. Like, that shouldn't be ambiguous. Yet the Vengeful Spirit's a boy. What an annoying detail. Candidate 2. Andrew. We don't even know if the bro exists. It's a pretty big issue. But, let's say hypothetically that the answer was intended to be a new character, and then Andrew was just an expansion on that, right? Well then, Golden Freddy. Like, we already have the conversation in the logbook about the spirits in Golden Freddy. Why was he not included there? The problem with a new character, including Andrew, by the way, because Andrew's not associated with Golden Freddy either. He's associated with an alligator character instead. the Golden Freddy imagery makes no sense. Because this character has to be Golden Freddy because that's the end game reveal of the game. Candidate 3, sorry. There is a boy who haunts Golden Freddy. The Crying Child, who we still don't have a name for, by the way. A lot of people say he's Dave, that's the common consensus. Personally, I don't subscribe to that. My big problem with Dave is that I personally don't think there's a big reason to believe his name is even in there. Like, Cassidy's name had so many hints that Cassidy's name was in that book. There's, like, no hints that the Crying Child's name is in there. I don't think it's in there. I understand why people do think it's in there, and for those who do, Dave is a solid answer. Sure, just not quite enough for me. Now, I'm personally lean more towards Garrett from the films, but even then, Garrett's not part of the Afton family, so it's not great. I'm just going to call him the Crying Child for sake of this. He is a boy who haunts Golden Freddy. But, so for him to be the vengeful spirit, we have to then assume that William Afton killed the Crying Child. Which, while technically possible, because the Crying Child didn't immediately die from his injuries, so there was the theory, like Dorco proposed this theory back at the time of Ultimate Customer, I believe. I think this is Dorco's original theory that I actually agreed with, was that William Afton pulled the plug on his own kid because he had some sort of ulterior motive to do with his son. So, for example, that ulterior motive might be to test hauntings, to put his son with Golden Freddy to see if he would haunt the costume. Problem, that's so fucking headcanon. There is no evidence for that at all. It's a maybe possible. There's no reason to actually believe it. So, like, none of these answers actually work. Now, my actual current running theory, now, as I said, I originally believed, like, Dorco's theory on, like, being the Crying Child. I have switch pivoted. I personally think it's Cassidy. Cassidy, the spirit in Golden Freddy. And the main reason is because, like, if you don't use the books or any of the supplementary material, the game tells you it's the spirit in Golden Freddy. You just don't know who it is. So when you get into the supplementary material, you get the name Cassidy and that she's a girl, and that's where things start getting complicated. But if you're going into that supplementary material, then there's more that's fair to go into as well. Because then you start getting to get Fazbear Frights. Fazbear Frights... Now, I know it's really weird to use this as evidence for Cassidy and not Andrew. I'm just sorry, I just don't think Andrew works. But in Fazbear Frights, there is a story called The New Kid, which is about this kid named Kelsey, who is weirdly reminiscent of Golden Freddy. Like, he's blonde, whereas I think he wears, like, black, and he's, like, generally yellow or black themed character. And when they find Golden Freddy, they're like, hey, he looks like you. Like, explicitly, they call out that Kelsey looks like Golden Freddy. And later on, Kelsey gets tricked into putting on the Golden Freddy suit and then dies in the Golden Freddy Springlock suit. Later on, they check Kelsey's body, and it's not Kelsey's body, it's a different body, a kid with black hair. Now, black hair could be either Andrew or Cassidy, but we only know only one of those ever associated with Golden Freddy, so I vote Cassidy. So, in the weird part after that, is we then get an epilogue kind of scene, where Kelsey then just shows up somewhere else doing the same thing he did at the start of the story. So Kelsey just shows up again even though he just died, which implies that Kelsey is a paranormal manifestation of Golden Freddy, not the kid themselves. And that's interesting because that means the kid haunting Golden Freddy, can depict themselves not as themselves, but as a kid who's made in the image of Golden Freddy. Now, back then, I thought that was a crack theory, to the point where I didn't actually seriously consider it. It was an idea in mind, but I didn't, like, say, oh, that's actually the reason. But then the films came out, and in the films, the ghost kids all look like the animatronic counterparts. Like, obviously, most of them have visual parallels even before they died, but they only really look like the animatronics, humanoid versions of the animatronics once they're ghosts. And the Golden Freddy kid is especially interesting, because on pictures of the Golden Freddy kid, it's a different face. Someone else's face is, like, glued on over top of his images, which seems to imply that in the films, the Golden Freddy kid didn't look like that. It's a completely different kid, and his design completely changed because of Golden Freddy. Unlike the others that only had minor changes because they already were similar, he completely changed because has a completely different face pasted over the picture. And after that, this is now the second time we've seen an implication of the kid in Golden Freddy depicting themselves as a different kid in the image of Golden Freddy rather than themselves. Which to me This stops being a one-off weird Fazbear Frights gimmick and starts being a recurring theme that the kid in Golden Freddy can do. So with that in mind, I think that's why there's a gender discrepancy in Ultimate Custom Night. I think it's Cassidy, but she's depicting herself in the image of Golden Freddy rather than herself. So it's a different kid that she's depicting herself as, and hence that other kid is a boy, but it's made in the image of Golden Freddy, who is a boy. So I think that's why the Vengeful Spirit is a boy, despite Cassidy being a girl. That is my explanation. It's a really convoluted theory, yeah, and originally I didn't even think it was good enough, like with Fazbear Frights alone, I didn't even think it was good enough to be worth saying. But now, like, the film added extra evidence, and it's like, yeah, okay, there might be some more merit to that. So that, in my opinion, is what I've got. I know it's a stretch theory, I'm not aiming to convince anyone of it, but that is, in my opinion, the complete Cassidy theory. It's like the Cassidy theory that Cassidy is a vengeful spirit, except it actually acknowledges the fact that it's a boy and explains it with information from supplementary material, just like the original information we got Cassidy from in the first place. And if you don't use supplementary material, it works just as simple, because then it's just a kid in Golden Freddy and it makes sense. So I think in all levels, that theory to me works really well and is really compelling. But again, I can understand why it'd be confusing and whatnot and feel like a stretch for other people. Alright. Bye, Vicky Quigley. Oh no. I'm sorry, I said bye way too late there. Love Secure Breach personally, but I accept it as objectively garbage. Yeah, that's my stance. I think the Blob is all the AR animatronics. Yeah, that's what I end up. Yeah, we just said the same thing. I think the Blob isn't the MCI. Yeah, cool. Speaking of adapting fan names, Glitchtrap sucks. There I said, yeah, W take. Malhair is not better because he's not a hare. I liked Malhair because it was clever, but he's not a hare, he's a rabbit, and there is a little bit of difference there. So there is that one little thing that kind of holds me back from calling him Malhair. But I would agree that Glitchtrap is, yeah, I don't like the something trap naming convention in general. So maybe I'm just biased. But yeah, I'm not super into it either. Thoughts on the fact that fans ship the Crying Child and Cassidy? I mean, as long as it's just like, you know, they're not doing anything weird with the kids and they're just like, you know, wholesome shipping or whatever, it's fine. I mean, they have, you know, shipping is just for fun, right? So I don't have any problems with that. Dave would be kind of a satisfying name, because I want to play the books. William picked his child's name to be Azaleas. Yeah, it's cool. I do like Dave. I will give you that. Like, out of every name that has been found from the logbook, because yeah, there's been a lot of people have claimed to have found the name from the logbook, Dave is easily the most compelling. Like, it just swamps every other answer. Yeah, what happened to Leon Post something again? Glock's OST, would you like to view the trailer too? If you're still in chat. Which would work out well for me, because then I get an opportunity to walk out of the room and and refill my water bottle, because I'm out of water and haven't drunk anything in the past, like, half an hour. I'll leave you with this video. I'll be back in a second. Holy shit, perfect timing. Yeah, so he showed another piece of footage from this Abyss project he was working on. Except this time the music is like literally Fights Freddy's OST. So yeah, if you thought my previous video about, oh, this looks like the Secret of the Mimic computer terminal was compelling, this is the nail in the coffin. Like, this is, there's no way around it. If this isn't Five Nights at Freddy's, I'd be looking at it weirdly. I got my iPad and keep checking. Oh, cool. Hi. Full presentation. Yeah, full presentation. I might make an entire theory video dedicated to that, because I think it might be worth its own video. Damn, Cassidy got that ghostly animatronic VPN for extra privacy from Afton. Oh, God. Yeah. Golden Freddy is just weird and does a bunch of weird stuff. I don't think that one's as far... That one's a little far-fetched, to be fair, but I like that... I like it. I like it. That was a theory that the crying Did someone shoot Vicky dead? That was a theory that the crying child, I assume, would be the rest of the phrase. Are you okay? Oh, no, retracted! No, they actually got her! Oh, and I've actually fully caught up on chat. That's terrifying. I might use these 2 seconds to look at my other notifications at the beginning of this entire time. Whoa, people are subscribing on YouTube. That's crazy. More people are commenting. Wow. Oh. How long has the stream been going on for, by the way? 3.5 hours. This is just supposed to be a quick stream showing this off. But I guess this ended up turning into a lot more. As I talked about a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, I was looking to see if anyone's like found anything here. OM date equals address audio cloud, yeah. I don't know what OM date is still. This looks like a file. It's a file path. I don't know what that's gonna go. I'm sure there might be more to that later. No, Fezzer Entertainment got her. Oh man, Fazbear Entertainment. Isn't that a whole other can of words of its own? We covered like who owns Fazbear Entertainment a little earlier, but I mean, there's a lot of questions of them at the moment. There's a theory that the crying child is the same person as Cassidy. Oh yeah, that theory's dumb. Was that too forward? That might have been. Maybe that was a little too. I probably shouldn't just be bashing random theories. Look, they don't die the same. They have different deaths. They talk to each other as different people. Like, I don't see it. There's more evidence that, yeah, you probably saw the video by Dual Process Theory, right? I don't mean this to bash them specifically, but I haven't agreed with majority of their takes. So, as much as I'm not gonna say their theory is like wrong. Remember, just because I think it's something's like, just because I'm not compelled, does not mean there's anything wrong with the theory. But I'm really not compelled, and I've seen their stuff because my friends sends me videos to watch every now and then because I tend to stay away from the theorizing community because I'm generally deep enough into the community and like the lore that I usually know what videos I'm going to talk about before I even watch them. Like, I'll see a video, like, thumbnail, usually, and it would be like, oh, Glamrock Freddy is M1, and I'll sit there going, oh yeah, I see what the evidence is for that. I don't agree, but I see the evidence for it. You got me thinking. I'll watch the video just because you got me to think about something. But usually, and then the video will bring up everything I already thought of. And that's been the case for a lot of videos for me. And even videos like, so sometimes I just don't watch videos in much on theory videos. But my friend sometimes sends some through and is like, you should really watch this. And I'm always like, okay, if you send it through, I'll watch it. And I watched Dual Process Theories videos. I think there's like 2 of them, right? And probably more now. But I remember he sent through 2, I think. And I always remember thinking like, I don't agree with that. Isn't it crazy how the legal power to make the MCI disappear? Right. The MCI. Yeah. I don't know how they got away with that. Yes, those people that YouTuber, yeah. Oh, hey, Toads, I didn't know this was a stream. There was an actual video yesterday. I streamed today because this thing went up like 2 hours after I made the video. And it's like a trailer 2 for The Abyss. And all it does is make me feel good about putting out my video yesterday. Because I was like so confident, was like, oh yeah, this, never mind, I was wrong, The Abyss is Five Nights at Freddy's, sorry for doubting it. And then this comes out and just plays Five Nights at Freddy's OST over the damn footage. So, it's just more evidence, it's cemented now, there's no ambiguity, no matter what weird stuff they pull later on, I don't think there can be ambiguity anymore, not after this. They could say that this game isn't Five Nights at Freddy's, and I don't think I'd believe them after this trailer. Oh. Oh yeah, FNAF Theory is insane. Thoughts on Sasquatch 2. Oh, I watched that! I did watch that. I don't remember it. I watched it, it interested me. I watch Sasquatch videos sometimes, he's one of the YouTubers I do watch. God, why is my nose so itchy? God. I guess that's what happens when you stream for 3.5 hours. ever played Geometry Dash, the random itches get you at the worst times. Not fully, but I agree with the core concept of it. Oh, yeah. 2 plus 4. That's the theory that Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a reopening of Fredbear's Family Diner, right? I think there's a lot in that video I disagreed with, but I think there was some cool call-outs in it. And that's always what I appreciate in theory videos, is like, that doesn't matter if the theory, like, isn't compelling. As long as it raises some really good talking points, then it's a W for me. And Squawks is one of those content creators that's really good at bringing up interesting points. T-Drones is good at that too, but T-Drones goes a little more insane than I can tolerate. Or T-Drones will go to the insanity of counting random background objects, and then will relate that to other times that number has appeared in this series, and will act like it's the most important thing ever. I can't tell if T-Drones is serious about half his theories, or if his channel is a walking shitpost. But they're entertaining, so, I mean, props to him. We'll watch the video before you stream, yeah, cool. I have played it, but I'm willing to play it as many times. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool show. It has cool audio and stuff, so I'm always down for playing it again. It's also the point of the stream was supposed to be all I covered in this video until I went way off the wagon, so... So yeah, I should probably sit down again. That's your trailer. He also posted this too. He posted this dump, which I haven't covered as much as the trailer. Wasn't there 2? Yeah, here we go. This audio dump is already been translated and doesn't. It's just like a file path. Yeah. So here's his file path so far. This is a previous one, floor absent walk mess. The new one is omdate equals address audio cloud. I don't know what F the cursed... Oh, the F the cursed flower is the second one. Yeah. So this is like the decoded stuff from these weird cryptic other stuff that he's posted at the same time. So yeah. It's a bit short. Yeah, it's because it's like a Leon Risk and Trade. It's not an actual trailer. It's like a teaser trailer from Leon's, like the first one, right? I'm sure you've probably seen the first one, I assume. That's been a hot topic for a while now. Final 87 is caused by the crying child, whatever his memories. Yeah, that's right. I've seen a few versions of that theory, where it's memories being made into reality. In a way, it's just true in some places. I'm reluctant to believe theories like that. But yeah, it's a cool theory. One small theory that I really like is Afton killed Cassie with the sprinkles. I love that theory. I just straight up believe it. So the reason why I really like it is because my original thoughts on it was like, even if there is cool like blood ocean imagery or whatever, we still know that the kids were killed first and then stuffed, don't we? And in Foxy Go Go Go, I guess, but in Give Gifts Give Life, the Golden Freddy's already possessed. Like, Marionette doesn't give life to Golden Freddy. So it's like, you know, maybe something is weird's going on with Cassidy compared to the others. Maybe that does have something to do with the fact of the vengeful spirit. Maybe the Ocean of Blood imagery does actually mean something. Yeah. I like it. I think it's a pretty harmless theory too. Like, it's not exactly law-breaking. Like, we don't know how William Afton killed the kids, right? So it doesn't contradict anything. Pretty harmless. And just adds up some imagery pretty nicely. So yeah, I like the theory. This is really about FNAF. What are your theories about the Black Blue? My theory is that the William Afton corpse is because Bergtrap isn't actually William Afton's mimic. He found his body in game canon. Okay. I think that there's no way that I want to cover all my predictions for the next game here. I've already done an hours-long stream in the past with all my predictions of what I think the next game is going to be, and I still intend to condense that down to a shorter video. This stream is already hours long. I do not intend to stretch it for another hours to go into that. However, I'm gonna say some obvious stuff, like it's the wrong continuation, M1 will be really, really important. I personally think this will be the defeat of M2, but I also think that M1 will, like, take over as a villain after, so I don't think it'll be the end of the Mimic arc. A bunch of other stuff will probably pay off. So, like, Cassie's father is, like, stuck in the virtual world in Whole Point 2. Cassie's not in a good space either. She's probably got the chip on her head. Maybe she meets her father. I'm kind of expecting that to happen at some point, maybe next game. Who knows? Wait, Ocean of Blood and the lake under the Pizzaplex is blood red. Lake Lunatus is flooded with rusty water. Could that mean anything? Probably. Yeah, it could. On you to make that connection. I am not going to be making... I don't think about that too much. I know, it's just we've never seen a flower that's been black before. Black is usually the color of, like, Agony specifically. Even with a remnant farm. That's my entire explanation for the theory. Sorry, the YouTube heart button is, like, over the comments sometimes. So it's kind of clunky to scroll up and down to read it. Yeah, the black flowers are really interesting, right? I love that they've made the Wither Rose canon to Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the lore reveal. Minecraft and Five Nights at Freddy's, they're actually in the same universe together. And the next game's about the Wither. We've solved it. We got it. End of stream. No, but I think I've heard that, like, black flowers tend to represent things like death. Is what I've heard. I don't really know what it represents. I know black, when I use black, it's always a dark, spooky color. It definitely represents evil or something bad, right? So, the black flower imagery is very fascinating. Also, that's for the birth before the party is locked in parts and service. Hang on, what does that connect to? Oh yeah, that. Yeah. Are you talking about, like, the head? Not the head, the suit that's got no head, that's got, like, things coming out of it? Some people interpret that as hair, is that what you're talking about? If so, I really don't think that's Cassidy. Because we're told in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 that the Springlock suits were retired before the MCI happened. So, yeah. The Springlock suits aren't retired yet by the time of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, so the MCI hasn't happened yet. That's my 2 cents on that. I don't think that can be part of the MCI. Yeah. Agony are the same things, essentially the same thing. Yeah, you're right. Agony is just an emotion that... It's just one of the emotions, right? You're right. No, it's me, El Mimi. Whoa, what the hell? Ooh. Concepts Procedural 2512. Ooh, let's not hover over that one. The old McWillie had a remnant farm. Old McWillie had a remnant farm. E-I-E-I-O. He had a Fredbear on that farm. E-I-E-I-O. With a crunch crunch here, crunch crunch there, here a crunch, there a crunch, everywhere a crunch. Well, I'm not up to the idea of it because Final Fantasy VI is supposed to be where the story should have ended. If they do make a FNAF game, it should bring back William Afton. He's the... I think bring back William Afton is like directly is like the worst thing they can do after Pizza Sim. Black flowers have a secondary meaning of rebirth. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, that's cool. Thanks for letting me know about that. Which was in the same universe as Five Nights at Freddy's. It takes place after all the events. The wolf still is underneath absolutely everything we'll see in the pits. Guys, while we're at it, why don't we just grab some fan games we like and pretend they're canon? Can we just agree that everything Garrett McKay makes just should be canon? Like, Garrett McKay is a banger developer. He made Fredbear and Friends Left to Rot, Fredbear's Fright, A Bite at Freddy's. Banger games. And he also made the banger that was an actual Five Nights with Mr. Hogg's game. Let's just make that canon. Let's just pretend it's canon. I actually do like to kind of do that. Not in the sense of, like, actually taking it seriously, but just for fun, like, thinking about, like, oh, how would the lore change if this random thing was canon? Like, if the fanverse games were, like, the canon route that's went, instead of where it actually went. how the lore changes. It's kind of just like a fun thought thing I do every now and then. And I like just kind of like thinking out the implications of that just sometimes. I don't know why, it's just kind of fun. Because death by Springlet is the most painful thing to happen to you, and since it's the way Remnant Agony is created, part of my headcanon that he's a Remnant farm, which is also immortal. First thing I doubt to Pizzeria and that it was continued the storyline. Yeah, but not Afton's story. Like, I'm pretty confident. I mean, if you think Glitchtrap and Burntrap are William Afton, then, yeah, okay. I guess just flowing on from that makes the most sense, but then there's no... I don't know why the Mimic would even be a thing, then, is my hold up there. Because that's like the biggest game evidence of Mimic being Glitchtrap and Burntrap, is that why would they have a game dedicated to building up the Mimic if the Mimic would then just continue on to knocked over my mic. Would continue to go on to be a minor antagonist and not be important. I feel like that'd be a weird direction for the story. But then again, like they did the same thing with Sister Location. Like Circus Baby was kind of like a big antagonistic force of that, and then ended, and then they had Pizza Sim, and that's it after. So who am I to judge that? If Final Freddy's is canon, Foxy canonically worked with the US military on rockets. No complications. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is undeniably canon. I know what you mean. I'd say the worst thing that was done was continued the storyline. It should have directly after UCN. Oh, it should have ended at UCN. I'm mixed, because on one hand, I understand that UCN was the most satisfying ending. And I respect that you said UCN too. And not just FNAF 6. You acknowledge UCN, that's fun. A lot of people forget UCN exists. But I'm mixed, because working with another company allowed for Five Nights at Freddy's to get games it would never have been able to get previously. Now sure, a certain one of those games was really rough. But prior to like Steel Wool coming in, the idea of the games coming to VR was fantastic. Like, that was an idea everyone was open to, and even after they came out, Help Wanted 1 and 2 are still pretty loved games, especially 1. Another thing that was really popular was, like, free roam games. It'd be hard to remember now, but people used to be really excited for the idea of a Five Nights at Freddy's free roam game. That used to be something that people were really asking for, and Scott couldn't make games like that. Now, debatably, Steel Wool's execution, at least in Security Breach, is a... I mean, it was certainly a thing. But, you know, Secret of the Mimic happened, and they're getting better. And personally, for a game series, I think new, like, games, as long as the games are still good, that justifies any weird story thing, in my opinion. So I think getting things like Help Wanted 2, Secret of the Mimic, I think, and whatever this Abyss project's going to be, and I probably can't say that because I haven't got it yet, but these upcoming games, these other projects that have come out since, only happened because they continued the series. And I don't think that Security Breach, as much as it was rough, definitely very rough, I don't think it was so rough to the point that I would have wished the other games to be erased just to say it didn't happen. So, I am okay with the story continuing. And obviously, like, these big, like, free roam games, Secret of the Mimic and stuff, they were never going to make these things out of story. Like, that style of game makes no sense to have without a story. So, I think what they did was the best option. Now, to be fair, I think a big part of why it was such a hard pill to swallow is that it's a new story. Like, all the characters, none of the characters really carry over or concepts. It's a very different story now, with a very different appeal. I think that was a bit silly. I think it's too different. However, the alternative, like, let's say they continued the old story. I much prefer a new story being screwed over by Security Breach than imagine if, like, they never ended the early games and kept those going to the newer ones. Imagine if it was, like, the Pizzeria Simulator that's screwed over like that. I'm happy. I think they made the right decision of splitting the stories into different arcs so that in case something bad happened, which it did, the original story is still intact, but it still allows for the new games and new great things that the new developers bring to the franchise to be able to happen. So I think that we got the best route, It's just that Security Breach was really, really unfortunate. That's my opinion there. After there's going to be... To be fair, I also dealt with Vanny. She was built up a ton. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, wait. Oh, you're right. Oh, God, no, Vanny was done dirty. I'm sure Vanny will get more content later on, but it's not the same because the whole appeal of Vanny was like the split personality thing, was like Vanessa A being controlled by Glitchtrap. That was the entire appeal of Vanny. So now that that's not a thing anymore with her, and it's just Vanessa, I assume, then the interesting part's already gone. So they've already kind of lost that opportunity, even if they continue to do more with her, which I assume they will, but they've already lost the opportunity to do what could have been. In my head, can I animate the worst version of William Afton? Oh no. Oh gosh. There is a complaint that FNAF had no free roam games. I've been complaint that free roam games are like the point and click. The answer to that solution is to not do the thing at Secret of the Mimic and Security Breach, two different mistakes that these games both made. You just gotta not make these dumb mistakes. Security Breach's mistake was that it was bad, and it was executed horribly. So, Secret of the Mimic fixed that. It's more focused and it was better. But then Secret of the Mimic made the mistake of not having any Fights for these gameplay sections. Why? We're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. People want to play Five Nights at Freddy's. Even if you're doing free roam games, you should probably have the Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay somewhere in there. Sister Location and Security Breach both had Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay throughout somewhere. And I feel like it's really silly that they didn't do that for Secret of the Mimic. So I think if the future games do the balance of the old gameplay in the new style better, I think that that would be a good balance. But alternatively, there's still a lot of people that just don't want the free roam games. That's fair too. In which case, spin-offs. Make spin-off games to do things like that with, right? Now, to be fair, we are getting spin-offs in the form of the Fazbear Fanverse initiative. Because Arts Candies 4 is going to be point and click, as with the Candies Deluxe games. Pop Rays Evergreen will be point and click. So, we are getting those, but they're not canon, so a lot of people just don't care about them inherently. I feel like there needs to be, like, canon spin-offs that keep the point-and-click style, but just focus on a tiny part of the story. I think that would be the best way to do it, is to integrate the gameplay systems into the main games better than, like, Security Breach did, and then also have spin-offs to keep the actual style intact. That's what they should do, in my opinion. There's a way to balance it out. They just haven't done that yet. Okay, what else am I reading? Remember that Fight Nights at Freddy's 3 trailer that took place? Oh yeah. I love that kind of happened twice in the Silver Island Security Breach, officially. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like the whole edgier depictions of characters. I'm gonna be honest, straight up, I'm not a horror fan. I'm not even gonna keep that a secret. I don't even really like horror. I like Five Nights at Freddy's because the gameplay loops are fun, the mascots are cute. That's it. That's my stance in the series. It's not actually the horror that really reels me in or something I really care that much about. And I think that's why it's easier for me to enjoy something like Help Wanted 2 than the average Five Nights at Freddy's fan. Because for me, Help Wanted 2 is just a blast to play, a really fun game. That's exactly what I want out of the franchise. The characters I love, gameplay that's really, really fun. But then other people will see it like, hey, this game's not even a horror game half the time. And yeah, that's a problem. It probably should have been a little scarier. As is like Security Breach. Like, these games should be scarier. I agree. But also, the horror doesn't exactly impact my personal enjoyment of these games. And because of that, I actually stray away from a lot of the fan-made material that goes to the scarier side of things. Because it's just not... It doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't appeal to me seeing the edgy VHS tapes and stuff, which are so popular, validly so, especially at the moment. But just not my appeal. Especially things like VHS tapes, because those aren't even games. I struggle enough to watch like the official Five Nights at Freddy's films. Trying to sell me on like fan-made ones that aren't my style is a hard sell for me personally. But not to say they're bad, just not my thing. Don't consider Storyline canon. Oh wait, hang on. Too far back. Oh, you don't think Child Murder? Yeah, well, Child Murder never happened on screen. I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's is still pretty tame, all things considered. Security Breach was over sanitized though, yeah. Like they couldn't even say bleeding. There's a censored line where they didn't say bleeding in the end, and they took away Vanny's knife. It's like, why? It didn't need to be that censored. Oh, but it's okay. We can't say the word bleeding, but we can show Springtrap with more corpse showing. Visible dead body on screen? A-okay. Saying the word bleeding? Too scary. Can't do it. What if the kids think of blood? We can't do that. Show a corpse on screen, that's fine. And the books are even funnier. I saw a meme where it was like a Thanos meme. It was like a security breach. Can't say the word bleeding. And then Tales from the Pizzaplex. 9-year-old gets skinned alive. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Oh my god. Also, the best route for Scott, because he gets to live out his fantasy making stuff up. Yes, this is true. This is another good reason why like the second story arc was better. Is because Scott actually prefers this style and likes the sci-fi direction. So it makes sense that he would lean that way. And yeah, I get it. From Scott's perspective, that makes a lot of sense too. When I was younger and Help when it first came out, before I knew anything about FNAF, I thought my family wore the VR headset. Thought what happened to Vanessa. Yeah, young kid moments. What the joy of creation must be complete. It's apparently this year. It's scheduled to come out this year. I'm really, really excited for it. The demo was really, really, really good. One of my favorite Five Nights at Freddy's games, period, out of the series. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. So I'm really, really excited for like the full release. It's probably one of my most anticipated Five Nights at Freddy's games ever. It's not as much. I plan to make a video on this. There's a lot of videos I plan to do that I just keep forgetting about. At some point soon, maybe next time Nixon reminds me of dropping another teaser, I'm going to do a video on like all the teasers for the Joy of Creation that he's like posted on Twitter, because I'm really excited for that game and I want to actually share that on my channel a bit more, because I don't really do much with the Joy of Creation on my channel. Not yet, because I mean, it's just one game, so... But it is one game I am really excited for and want to cover. Oh, and you better believe I'll be streaming that game when it comes out. Yeah, they need to link the game's background and the mechanics too, not just the characters, yeah. Well, if I make a fan game, you might not want to play as Grozek. Yeah, probably. Now, that being said, it depends on gameplay. Horror isn't something I ease away from. Necessarily, it's just not a selling point. So, if a game is terrifying, but it's also really, really fun, like, you know, the joy of creation, I'm still sold. Like, it's not a thing that shies me away or anything. If your fan game is really fun to play, I'll play it. Hell, if you send me a fan game, like, through email or on Discord or something, I'll play it no matter what, because I don't get things sent to me by my subscribers usually, so I would still check it out. It's actually a creepy fan game that I really want to play. It's one of the games I'm most excited to play once I've finished my actual series playthrough, called Graveyard Shift at Freddy's. I don't remember much about it, but I remember it was really creepy, but I loved the designs. There's something really endearing about like the bug eyes. They look kind of, I wouldn't say cute is the word to describe them, just creepily endearing. And I don't remember what the game, I don't remember what the gameplay is like because I haven't played it yet, but it makes me want to check it out because it's really creepy with these cool designs that I love, and that's enough to make me want to go, yeah, I want to check it out. So that will be a game I'll stream at some point too. You don't like the... Yes, please, more in-depth gameplay. That is what people want. But since point-and-click gameplay provided more in-depth gameplay, people assume that only provide... Yeah, that's something a lot of people, like, as you said, a lot of people misconstrue this. Just because the Steel free roam games have been lacking in gameplay, does not mean free roam games are the problem. It's the execution that's the problem. There's actually, honestly, more potential in free roam gameplay than there is in point-and-click. Because, you know, you have moving around. So, I don't think free roam is the issue. I think it's just execution. I have a second notification on Twitter. When did that happen? Make a fan game. Haven't played Avalanche Station. Never played it. All times. Oh, yeah. Right. I love horror games. I've accepted that FNAF games are just silly fun times these days. Yeah, too much of that. What the hell? Can't wait to eat Bonnie's fist. Oh, yeah, the joy of creation. Something to you. You're cool. Thank you. Graveyard Shift to Freddy's, it's good. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. I've been learning Godot by slowly chipping away at a point-and-click custom night based on Secret of the Mimic. Oh yeah, I'm learning Godot. Yeah, I use Godot too. That's the engine I've made all my games in. So I used Godot 3 for like Lean Slimmer Desperation, which is my first proper game. There is a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game I made in a month. I challenged myself to make it within a month in the lead up to Secret of the Mimic because I was really excited for Secret of the Mimic. So I made a Five Nights at Freddy's Mimic of the Secra. It's not like this shitpost joke game based on it. It's actually quite fun. I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out considering how short the development time was. But it was otherwise pretty crapped out and a pretty poor quality game because, you know, it was made in a month. And then also my upcoming game is made in, I think Mimic of the Secra was made in Godot 4. And my upcoming game, The Resurgence, is being made also in Godot 4. So I'm excited for that to be more of a thing. What is Lisco? Five Nights at Freddy's Movie 1 or Security Breach? Well, Film 1 had the intro sequence, right? The intro sequence is really solid in Film 1. However, and Security Breach has... Yeah, after that intro sequence, though, I don't think it's very creepy, because you see it from Abby's perspective, and you see them acting like kids with Abby, and even when there's intimidating undertones there, it's not that creepy. It's more about... The film's more focused on them as sympathetic children, rather than as horror monsters. Security Breach, again, in a part at the start with like the daycare section, the Endo warehouse, and I'm gonna be honest, a lot of Security Breach is random filler moments you forget. And some of those are creepier than I remember. Like, I've been replaying it recently, and it always surprised me, every time I replay Security Breach, it always surprises me how actually creepy some of the random forgettable sections are. Well, not creepy, but tense, at least. Security Breach isn't scary by any means, but I think it does have more than the film. But the problem with Security Breach is that most of its scary sections aren't memorable. In fact, that's a problem with a lot of Security Breach. Security Breach has such memorable sections that there's a lot of parts that just kind of get forgotten about really easily. I only know Alleyway. I haven't used... I think I did use Alleyway at one point. It's been a long time, though. I think that's back in my modding days. Because before I made games, I was modding games. And any game I touched, I used to mod. But then I got sick of games updating, and I kept losing my progress with my mods because the game's updated and I have to remake it or update or whatever. And it pissed me off, so I thought, ugh, I'd make more progress just making my own game. And then I made my own game. If I make this game, there's one thing that's going to be there, the secret, but one of the secret things... Oh yeah, you do that too? Think about, like, dumb secrets to put in games before you actually plan out the actual thing. I have so many moments for my next game in my mind. I don't know when those moments are going to be or how they fit into the rest of the game. I have the main gameplay set, and the main gameplay is really fun, but it does need those moments, I think, to stand out in a memorable sense, because my next game is a little bit too procedural. So there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of blends in with every run you do. But there's a lot of moments I have in mind that I gotta figure out how to integrate. I think I'll just do overrides. Well, override like procedural sections with non-procedural sections every now and then. That's too much information about my upcoming game in a stream that has nothing to do with it. Security Breach isn't super scary, but being chased out is definitely tense. Playing it doesn't make me scared, but more tense. Yeah. Security Breach has moments where it is tense. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Like, if you think Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is scary, you're insane. Like, Secret of the Mimic is way scarier than Five Nights at Freddy's 2. But Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Security Breach are both tense games. The gameplay does stress you out. And not in the same way that, like, a horror atmosphere stresses you out, but still in the same way that you can come out of some sections thinking, I need a breather. Like, I think the most memorable one from Security Breach for me is, like, the Showtime disc section, when there's every animatronic in the atrium you have to get past. And you don't have Freddy to get past them. And that section, for me, it's not scary at all. It's brightly lit, still colourful, it's in the middle of the atrium. The characters aren't even in their creepy state yet because it's only at 2 AM. But it is tense, because you're up against everyone all at once without the one mechanic you have to save you. So that's a very stressful section. Extra stressful when right after that you have a slight Moon section, and Moon just for some reason, teleports sometimes, and will teleport right in front of you, and you're like, no, I haven't saved yet. Bitch, move out of the way. And then even better, you finally get past Moon, and right before you get an actual breather, you think it's finally time to have a breather, and then you get jumped by Mapbot. That section is so memorable for me. That just string of like the Showtime disc to the slight bit at the end with Moon, with the slight bit at the end with Mapbot. That whole sequence is just one whole. That was tense. I need a breather. There's sections in that game I love. The hell is this autocorrect? The most creepy part of the movie, in my opinion, is when the teachers break in. Yeah, the start where everyone gets like dies at the start. Yeah. Whereas overwhelming sections like West Arcade. Yes, the West Arcade is another good example of that. Most creepy part. Oh yeah, right. I already read that. I have an idea that we can make a game like retro-futuristic. I am really bad at atmospheres. I am so bad. I don't think about how the game's gonna look because I know my ass is so bad at visual design that it will never look the way I envision it. It's a miracle that Lean Simulator had as good an atmosphere as it did. Seriously. No, this is kind of a shitpost here. I shit you not. My fucking meme game has a scarier atmosphere than Security Breach. No, you're getting Lean Simulator footage. After some good atmosphere design, but it's also overshadowed by hectic gameplay. Yeah. It's more tense and chaotic than it is actually scary. Sound design, blown amazing. Sound design is hard, though. Like, look at this shit. Actually, this game's really quiet, so you probably won't be able to hear anything from the game, but that's okay. Oh, yeah, no, it's max volume. Oh, let's just do a, what kind of run do we demonstrate this with? Fuck it. Random game. We're gonna randomize everything and disable the stupid thing that I hate. Good, it's already disabled. First thing you'll do is sound design. Oh yeah, sound design's super important to horror. Oh yeah, I have a lean skin. Yeah, there's lean skins too, so you can make it look different. No, but I shit you not. Is this atmosphere not like darker and more imposing than like Security Breach? Look at this dude. Like the purple guys though. I don't want to compare my game too much to other games. What? Oh fuck, he's spitting! Yeah, remember, this is a meme game. This is... Bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna die real quick, don't worry, I won't play this for very long. Just because I know no one's actually interested. Hey! Fuck off. Everyone's walking towards me. Get away from me. Oh, and the door's busted down, and the dude's aura farming in the back. Alright, we're done here. Oh yeah, also, fuck off. I want to do this too. I actually want to do this minigame. This minigame's really fun. I like this spot. This is one of the coolest additions that came in like the laid out betas. There we go, did the minigame. Great, now I'm out. Like, this game has a weirdly imposing atmosphere. For a funny meme game. Oh, I got jumped. Alright, great. That's enough of that. Yeah, there we go. There's our, the quota for I have to play Lean Simulator once in every stream. What is the hardest part of every FNAF game except UCN for obvious reasons? Oh, it's gotta be Sister Location's max mode, right? Because Five Nights at Freddy's 2's max mode, like, once you get in the rhythm of it, it isn't that bad. Like, there's a point where you get it, and then it's just lock. Getting it isn't really the hard part. Sister Location, I think skill-wise, is harder than 2. At least, like, the max mode of that game. I would say... Yeah, I'd say Sister Location's max mode is the hardest outside of UCN. Like, we have to do keep... Yep. Sister Location, no, Nightfall is piss easy. Nightfall is, like, the Security Breach issue of, it's really easy once you figure it out, but the game doesn't book any effort into actually explaining it to you. There is a very easy pattern you can just do to beat it every time first try. Like, I've done it, like, every time I've replayed Sister Location, I beat it Like, aside from the last time, I learned it last time I streamed it actually, but I've replayed this location since. It's like, I beat it first try. Like, it's not, once you know what to do, it's really easy. It's really, really easy. It's just the game doesn't convey what's going on in any way. It's just a terrible section. It's not hard, it's just bad. What I learned about myself is I really want to make more artsy and visual stuff. I can't do models or textures. It's just like, yeah, okay, I understand that. 6 a.m. survive the night. I go to sleep now. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I am a gameplay first person. So gameplay, white box is the first thing that comes for me in games. First thing I do, get a core concept down, play it, is it fun, keep going with it, iterate on it, etc. After that, though, I start decorating, and sometimes it works out. I can't model, I can't make textures, I'm not good at audio design, not good at any of that. I'm just kind of pray to God, and I'm gonna hope that it works out. It worked out really well in Lean Simulator. So, yeah, my Mimic, my Five Nights at Freddy's fan game that was based on like the Mimic was not very good. But even the camera renders actually turned out really good for how quickly I made them. Like, let me whip out the cameras. Oops. Let me whip out the cameras. They were cheaply made quickly. Like, some of these renders are pretty cool because they use the Ruin designs, right? So you get a big full screen close-up of this, and it's like kind of horrifying. Or like any other camera, like or any shot with Music Man. Like, this is such a quickly put together, like crappy renders that I put together really fast, didn't even pose any of the characters properly. And yet I think it turned out pretty well. So even though I consider myself bad at making like visuals and stuff, I flicked it on Lean Sim, I flicked it on my Mimic fan game. So honestly, I think my style just naturally, thankfully, is naturally visually appealing to look at, for the most part, which I'm thankful for, because I have no creativity to do anything that isn't the first thing that comes to mind. So hopefully that keeps up with my next game, too. I have to go soon. When is your next stream? I have no idea. I stream when I feel like it, with no consistency whatsoever. I try to upload at least one video a month. Really, because I spend most of my time, like, doing game development, the time I spend making videos is not that much. So it takes me about a week to make videos usually, unless it's a quick one. And I usually don't stream. Like, I wasn't planning to do this stream. This is like an in-the-moment decision where this morning I was just like, I want to stream today, instead of record this. So yeah, there's no consistency. You're just gonna have to subscribe and turn the notifications on. Haha! I did the YouTuber thing. But basically, what you want to do is when you keep your lighting... Yeah. Oh! No, actually I disagree. Not real low lighting. You don't want to make your game actually dark. You want to create the illusion that the game is dark. Because actually dark games are frustrating. So, there's a lot of visual tricks you can use to make a game look darker than it actually is, while still keeping everything visible. I'm not super familiar with them, but it's actually a mistake I made in Lean Simulator, because Lean Simulator's design documented. The reason why Lean Simulator has like such a dark design style is because the original concept was, oh, it's lean, it's got to be purple, it's got to be a purple color palette. What color do I put against purple to make it stand out that doesn't look absolutely disgusting like green? And I thought, black works everything. That looks cool. That'll blend in with the purple really nicely, I think. It wasn't intentionally done like that to look creepy. It just, by chance, happened to be pretty good color theory. But because of that, because I made the game too dark in comparison to the purple stuff, early builds of the game were too dark, and it was really hard to see anything, and it didn't make it creepier, it just made it frustrating. So with, later on, I actually did this really creative thing with Lean Simulator, where I had, this is actually what I'd recommend, masks. I don't know exactly what it means, I'm gonna be honest, but basically, I have light sources in the space that light up the place really vividly, so you can see what's going on pretty well. It's still pretty dark, all things considered, but it lights up the place enough that you can see everything. But then the things that are supposed to feel dark have a layer mask on that makes it so that the light doesn't actually affect them, which means you get these cool shadows in places where you want the cool shadows, but it's perfectly visible in every other place. So that's what I would recommend, is like creative use of not just making the game dark, but knowing when and where to make it dark. It's because if it's just all dark, it's just frustrating. You got to make sure there's contrast. You got to make sure that people can comprehend that there's a shadowy figure and not just, hey, it's all black. Was there something there? I don't know, too dark, can't see anything. So there's a lot more creative tricks you can pull, and just making it dark's not the answer. You got to do something more creative. I don't think Lean Slider's answer is the only answer, not by a long shot. There's a lot of answers to making something feel dark without it actually being dark. Look at old films. Old films are really good at it. Another recommendation is like blue tinting things. So like if it's more on the blue side of things, it just feels darker for some reason. It's a really easy way to make a space feel dark without actually making it dark. That's having a blue light over everything, and everything feels illuminated by a blue light, but it still feels dark. So things like that is what I'd recommend. I'd recommend looking into more advanced visual design ideas for that. By the way, happy with the creations, thank you. I don't even think you need to listen to I've got. It's pretty good. I'll keep notifications on, thank you. Go back for a bit. Discord invite. It's not videos, it's in my channel description. Yeah, I keep things. I don't want my Discord to be too like flooded. I like smaller communities, so I didn't like the idea of, oh, a video blew up, so now I have 1 million people on my server who are just talking about this one video, and that's it. So I wanted to put it on my channel specifically, not my videos. That was actually a very intentional decision. But it is in my channel description. Now think about it, routine's gonna Finance Freddy's Cube Reach. My next game's actually inspired by Finance Freddy's Cube Reach in a weird way. There's a lot of neon. It's kind of weird futuristic kind of feel. But my goal is to try and use that style to still be intimidating. And there's some spot that it's not really neon actually. I mean, one section is, but I'll try to make it feel kind of futuristic in a weird way. I want to make that atmosphere actually work. Is like a goal of mine. Make it really colorful, but still make it scary. And I have ideas on how to execute that. And I'm not going to share those because that will be a spoiler for like the trailer. I'll share that when the trailer happens. Version of fun fact. Hey, join your Discord server. Yeah, anyone can just join. It's just on my channel description. Actually, why am I looking at my phone? Yeah. I'll show y'all on my... Oh, let's see what's on my YouTube recommendations. Nothing to curse. One notif. Great. Minecraft. I don't really care that much. See, it's just here. Somewhere. Yeah. So go to my page. There'll be a about section. If you're on mobile, it'll be an about section, I believe. And then yeah, the link's here. Yeah, the Discord server is supposed to be for my personal projects. That's like the general idea. So you won't get like video upload notifications. You won't get a lot of like Fights at Freddy's notifications. I'll still talk about the games I like there. I'll talk about Minecraft, talk about Fights at Freddy's. I'll talk about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But I just want to like let you know that you will get notifications for personal projects in that Discord server. So just to be aware of that. Anyway, I'm going to be honest. I really want to go to the toilet. So I think... Oh, I think I might end stream off here. Yeah. I'll read these in a second. After I'm done streaming. Yeah, this has been a good stream. I really enjoyed this stream. It's a lot more fun than I expected it to be. And I'm happy to have seen people come in, chat. I love streams. I really do. I love doing streams. I love talking to people. I'm really happy that this one particularly was like quite enjoyable. Fortunately, I can't write in a second. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm not too bothered. So yeah, this is gonna be, yeah, bye. Thanks for joining. Thanks for reading my content. Thanks for watching the stream. Thanks for chatting for those who did. And yeah, I hope we are all really excited for this project. Because I know I am. Between this and the joy of creation, there'll be some cool stuff this year. This won't come out this year, but, you know, we'll get teasers that are really cool. Through this stream, yeah. Alright. then this is a good send-off. Goodbye, everyone. See you next time. The glitch chat video, I think, still scheduled, so that I don't remember what they are scheduled it for, but I think it's next week. But see ya.